May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hope you had a good morning. We plan to go through the rest of the day. I'll give you a lunch break when the time feels about right. If you need a break for any reason, please let me know. All right, where we last left off defense, we were at your cross. Yes.
I know this is going to be a little bit of a repeat of yesterday's testimony, but it's necessary to I'm sorry.
I can't hear you.
I know this is going to be a repeat of yesterday's testimony, but it's necessary to transition into a new area of territory. So I want to be sure that when we take a look at Defendants 2H, that's the user audit trail for you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you agreed that on the last page, which has the dates of June 23rd, there's no indication that you looked at any of the other 14 videos other than Alejandro Eleazar, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so the user audit trail will capture every video that you have looked at, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. And
chair keeps-
yesterday, we introduced
My chair.
some evidence.
I'm sorry, sir. My chair. I'm gonna fix my chair real quick. The wheel keeps falling off it. Yes, sir.
So, you would agree with me that you testified yesterday that the items on USB disk Defense Exhibit 120 included all the device audit trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to illustrate one of the device audit trails, if I can get this pulled up. And this is one of the audit trails on USB drive Defense Exhibit 120. And let's see if I can enlarge this. All right, this is an evidence audit trail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the uploader is Travis Thompson, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this tells us on entry number 5, I need to get new glasses, Judge, that the time that it was uploaded was at 5:25 in the morning, correct?
That's what it looks like, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so no one could have looked at that video before 5:25, correct?
I'm not sure, so I guess. Yes, sir.
Okay, you don't know?
I've never looked. This is the first time I've ever seen this, sir.
Okay. So even though, well, let's take a look at this. What does it say here? Document generated 6 June 2024, 12:09, 5. Who's that investigator?
Detective Soto.
And who's that?
That's me, sir.
Okay. So is this the first time you would have ever have looked at it over a year after the fact?
I don't recall seeing this specific
Okay,
document,
that's not
sir.
my question. Is this the first time you would have looked at it a year after the fact?
I just don't remember seeing this, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I don't.
So that's not my question.
Okay.
This would be the first time you would have looked at this after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's take a look at, there's this column here that says user.
Yes, sir.
System means that the Axon computer system makes a tag over here, correct?
Yes, sir. Looks like that.
And when it says Officer Thompson, this means that he docked his camera and he was transferred up into the cloud in the Axon web-based system, correct?
That's what it looks like. Yes, sir.
All right. And would you agree with me that all videos are retained for a minimum of 180 days, right?
Yes, sir.
And if a video is not tagged, it stays there indefinitely, correct?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so you understand that Officer Salinas, his first body-worn camera video, you never retrieved, correct?
I don't understand. What do you mean? Like, I looked up? Yes, sir, I did not. I didn't sign in.
Retrieve his first video, correct?
I'm confused. You mean from when he first arrived, or?
He had 3 videos. He turned his camera on and off 3 times. You agree with that, correct?
I believe so, sir, yes.
All right. And you never recovered the first video that he uploaded, correct?
I believe we had an issue with getting one video, yes, sir.
Okay. So the answer is that the issue means that you never retrieved it, correct?
I think it was from before he got to the call. Is that right, sir? That's what I remember we had problems with, so I didn't see that. I didn't get that one, no, sir.
You failed to retrieve it, correct?
If that's the one, I did not get it.
All right, and so you just admitted that if it's not properly tagged, it's in the system forever, correct?
Sir, this all this Axon stuff, I don't know all the rules and regs of all this
Okay,
stuff. I'm sorry,
so
sir.
Is the correct answer to my question, you don't know the answer?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So if I were to submit to you that if the system does not tag a video, that it's still in the Axon database somewhere, if I represent to you that that's true, what steps have you taken to try to find that missing video?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, I think we got with some of the officers that work in the Axon that work with those videos, and I think they were able to find that video, if that's the one you're talking about.
Okay, so if they were able to find it, then I should have it,
Okay.
but I don't have it.
I don't know. I thought there was a video that was missing that was from like a prior, I guess right before he got there. I can't remember, sir.
So I'm going to represent to you that I believe it was a Nathaniel Villalobos video, and also Eleazar Alejandro's video had a recording from the previous call, and they incorrectly failed to turn off the camera. So the previous call and the current call were recorded. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I remember that. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any effort to determine whether that's what happened with Jonathan Salinas' first video?
I guess not, sir. I don't remember getting that one, so no.
Okay, so since you failed to do that, that's another failure on your part to properly investigate,
I
correct?
just didn't do it, sir.
All right, so let's go through this process some more. Let's see. Captain Van Geffen looked at this video on the 23rd, 6/23/16. Well, I don't think it indicates that he looked at it, it just says that he accessed it, correct?
I guess, yeah. Looks like he accessed it, yes, sir.
And he buffered it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he streamed it at 6:32:42, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at 6:32:42, did you make any documentation that you spoke with him?
I did not, sir.
So you cannot truthfully tell this jury that you spoke to Captain Van Geffen at this time?
I don't remember. I could have been talking to him. I don't recall, sir.
All right. And so Sergeant Juarez accessed this video at 7:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like he streamed it for the first time at 7:05:46, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were in the process of taking Eleazar Alejandro's statement at that time, correct?
I was, sir, but like I said, in between times, I was walking around and talking to people. I could have saw it with these guys also. I just don't know.
Okay. So you have no proof whatsoever that you did that, correct?
No, sir, I don't. No.
And you incorrectly told us you took detailed notes yesterday of the body-worn camera viewings with other detectives, but
No.
you finally admitted that the written notes that you had don't address body-worn cameras at all, correct?
I did not take him of viewing the body-worn cameras, no.
All right. So if we continue looking on all the entries of June 23rd, would you agree with me when we take a look at the users' names? It looks like box 32, it jumps from June 23rd to September 13th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so would you agree if we scroll up from 32, and I'm going to keep the little hand cursor there, we don't see your name, Detective Soto, at all, do we?
No, you're correct, sir.
All right. And if I were to do this with every single device audit trail, you would agree with me, unless you want me to show to the jury, you would agree with me that not once do we see your name on June 23rd for any of those people, correct?
I would agree, sir.
All right. Now, just to be sure, you said that the officers were entitled to a full, fair investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that means finding all the evidence, good or bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't know what exculpatory meant before yesterday, but you agree that includes exculpatory information.
Yes, sir.
All right. And one of the things that you kept on saying yesterday was, I had PC, I had PC. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think you said that?
Probably a lot, sir.
A lot, probably
Yes, sir.
20 or 30 times?
Maybe so. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, would you agree with me that patrol officers, when they make the decision to arrest someone, all they need is PC, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. But even though a patrol officer, all they need is PC, when they write their report in what's called Mark 32, which is the computer system, right?
Yes, sir.
So let me pause for a second. Tell the jury what Mark 40.
Mark 43?
is. Yes.
It's the system we use that where the officers generate reports and they'll submit the systems and it'll be uploaded.
All right. And would you agree with me that all patrol offense reports are routed to the follow-up unit?
Not all, but they're supposed to be. Yes, sir. Eventually they get there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if it's a serious felony, it's routed to a follow-up unit, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and the reason that it's routed to a follow-up unit is the department expects a detective in the specialized unit to investigate to determine whether more needs to be done on the case, correct?
Yes, sir. It's part of the investigation. Yes, sir.
All right. So you would agree with me that you're required to do more than just determine PC, correct?
In general, once I get probable cause, sir, I could explain to you. That's when I'll move on and I'll do what I think needs to be done in the case.
All right. Let me unpack what you just said, because what you just said doesn't make sense to me, and I'll explain why, and I'll ask you to explain it back to me.
Yes, sir.
If all you're required to do is determine PC, would you agree that once you walk a warrant, then your job is over?
No, it's not over. No, sir.
Okay. So you're not saying that once you determine there's PC, that your job's over. You're still required to investigate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that includes telling your supervisor, as shameful as it may be, as embarrassing as it may be, look, I was wrong by making this arrest. I've learned new information that takes away my mistaken belief or assumption that the shooting was not justified, right?
Yes, sir. If I felt that way, yes.
Okay. And so when you acquire new information that shows that the officers were in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death, you would have been required to report that to your supervisors, correct?
If I would have felt that way, yes, sir, I could have. Yes,
And
sir.
did you ever report that to your supervisors?
No, sir.
Did you ever report to your supervisors that upon further review that Alfred Flores, the back of his head was 3 to 5 feet away from the window?
No, sir. I did not.
All right. And you agree that when we go through the videos, we see that the hammer, when it struck the window at 20207, was within 3 to 5 feet from the back of his head?
I don't know exactly if the hammer was about 5 feet away. Yes, sir.
All right. And you never reported that to your supervisors, did you?
I did not directly go tell them that. No, sir.
All right. Now, if If I understand correctly from your testimony, you consistently applied judgments based upon your perspective of what was reasonable for the officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that's not what Chapter 9 of the Texas Penal Code says, correct?
I based it on what I believed was reasonable, sir.
Really? All right. So, would you agree that Section 9.33 of the Texas Penal Code says a person is justified in using force or deadly force against another person to protect property, to protect a third person, if under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, and I'm going to pause, and you understand that the actor means, and if they could stand up one by one, Alfred, Flores, Eleazar Alejandro, and Nathaniel Villalobos. That's what it means by the actor, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's what they reasonably believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's not what you believe, right?
Your Honor, I would object. Again, counsel's coming close to evading the province of the jury. He's also misstating as the statute that he's reading, which is the court's, is a reasonable belief. That is the issue. He is invading the province of the jury.
I'm just impeaching his testimony when he falsely stated that the statute requires his belief. And I'm entitled to impeach that false impression to the jury. I didn't elicit that false impression. He did.
Your Honor, it is an objective standard. Counsel is leading the witness to...
And this is cross-examination.
All right, I'll let you rephrase that, recognizing it as an objective standard. All right.
You would agree that your subjective belief is not the same as a reasonable belief objectively, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the statute goes on to say, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believed to be, the actor would be justified under, and it says section 9.31 and 9.32, in using force or deadly force to protect himself against the unlawful force or unlawful deadly force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, right?
Yes.
So if he had a reasonable belief that Melissa Perez was threatening deadly force, and it turns out that the hammer was a nerve hammer, that wouldn't be these officers' fault for having a reasonable belief that she was about to strike someone with a deadly weapon, right?
Right. It was what they believed and perceived at that time, yes.
So if an officer faces a suspect that pulls out a toy gun that's an exact replica of pick any weapon you want, whether it's a Desert Eagle, 50 caliber, or a Glock, if it's an exact replica, but it's a toy gun, and the officer believes it's real, he would be justified in shooting, correct?
He believed it was real. It's his belief.
So, when you said, from your perspective, that's an incorrect application of the law, correct?
All I'm saying is, from the video and the evidence I've watched,
Sir?
I don't believe it was reasonable what they did.
Sir, it's not your belief, it's what's reasonable, correct?
But I'm just going by what I can look at. That's
So,
it.
answer your question. Answer my question. It's not what you believe, it's what's reasonable from an objective standpoint, correct?
It's reasonable.
I withdraw the objection. The way counsel's going now.
I'm just stating that from the evidence I had, That's why I'm saying I believed it was unreasonable.
Are you telling this jury you had all of the evidence and all of your evidence was correct?
Of course, I did not see all the videos.
Okay.
You told me, you said every second of every video.
You answered my question.
Okay.
You answered my question. I'm going to move on to the next question. You have triggered a lot of thoughts, but I will go on to the next question. Did you take into account that Eleazar Alejandro had responded to a previous homicide where the manner of death was committed?
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope of this hearing, he's going into a different matter that we approach.
Yes.
So I believe I was asking about how you only looked at it from your perspective. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you do any follow-up interviews with Maria Salinas to ask her what she would have done at 20207 if she had the ability to fire?
Objection, Your Honor. What Officer Maria Salinas would have done is not an issue for this jury.
That does suggest, Your Honor, that it's that'd be a reasonable officer if she would have done the same thing. I think that's,
She has given her,
Villalobos thinks that's relevant.
she has given her statement, which has already been admitted into evidence.
And the state hasn't called her, and her statement was very limited, and if you only look at what you want to see and have force blinders on, you're not going to fully explore what's relevant. A
Well, so
reasonable
it's-
officer.
I'll let you ask it, but you gotta refer to that.
All right. In your affidavit, you said no reasonable officer would have fired at 20207, correct?
Yes.
And Maria Salinas witnessed what was happening at 20207 and what transpired beforehand, correct?
Yes.
And you never asked her whether she reasonably believed that Eleazar Alejandro's actions were justified or reasonable at that time, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you did not ask, and Travis Thompson was standing right next to Eleazar, correct?
Yes, sir.
He was right at the rail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did not pull his video until November 6, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that he was 6 feet away from the window that Melissa Perez struck at 20207, correct?
Yes, I would agree.
And he was 6 feet away from Melissa Perez at 20204 when she was standing in front of the TV, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he witnessed her run from the TV to the couch and back to the window, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that in his video that he flinches,
That, I mean, I'm pretty sure he did from all the gunshots.
and
Yes,
he
sir.
also drew down on her, correct?
I'm not sure, but I think he probably, yes.
All right, and did you ask him whether, when Eleazar fired at 20207, whether that would have been reasonable and justified?
I did not.
Objection, Your Honor, again, same issue as with Officer Salinas. Officer Thompson's body cam footage is admitted into evidence. His statement is admitted.
I don't know what the objection is.
Um,
That's not a legal objection.
It's argumentative, and it's outside, it's improper question for this witness to ask those officers' state of mind.
It's not argumentative, it's either a yes or no. Either he asked or he didn't ask.
All right, so I'll let you ask just that particular question and then you move on.
And Judge, just to make the record clear, I don't think Thompson's statement's been admitted. We prefer that it was, but I don't think it has been.
Okay. That's all.
And I believe that since the state has made an issue of it, that it should be admitted at this time. And I would ask time to have it produced in March so I can proceed to examine this witness. Mayor, approach the court.
Yes.
Send it to the state, Defendant's Exhibit 123 for inspection and objection, if any, and we would offer same at this time.
state would agree if it's hearsay. We'd agree, though, if they agreed to Officer Soto's report also hearsay, also coming in.
No, we're not going to agree to that.
Okay, then it's hearsay. We object.
Well, Judge, they already thought it was in evidence, so they obviously didn't have an objection to it. He told the court that the statement was in evidence already as a reason to object to what Mr. Cifuentes was asking.
Which is not a legal objection, Your Honor. I was in error, made a mistake, but the statements themselves are contained in Officer Soto's report, which has been marked and has been used for both direct and cross-exam.
Well, that's an admission then of a party opponent. He's telling the court that it was in evidence, therefore it was relevant, then it should come in. He was telling the court that it's relevant because it's in evidence, and now he's saying it's inadmissible because it's hearsay when you've been offering everybody else's statements that were hearsay?
I know statements that came in without objection of the defense. They wanted their own client statements in, but as to this report of this officer, it's hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the hearsay objection.
All right, you would agree with me that Travis Thompson's video corroborates that the hammer hit the window at 2:02:07, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it corroborates that at 2:02:04 that she left the TV, ran to the couch, grabbed the hammer, and charged the TV, charged the open gap in the window, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it corroborates this all happened in less than 3 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. It was really quick.
And it corroborates that she charged aggressively, correct?
She's running to protect her home. Yes, sir.
And just to be sure, you did not ask Travis Thompson whether had he been in Eleazar Alejandro's shoes at the moment of 2:02:07, in the exact same position, whether he would have fired. You didn't ask that question, did you?
Objection, again, goes to the invading the province of the jury, and it's one, and it's already been asked and answered.
Judge, the answer is no. And so the whole idea
And now
is...
counsel is testifying.
Judge, I'm responding to the objection. The answer is no, therefore he is not actually going into anybody's mindset because the detective did not follow up and interview anybody. So the answer is going to be no, over and over and over again to every question Mr. Cifuentes is asking, which is pointing out the failure of his investigation, not trying to get into the mind of anybody else.
Perhaps you can rephrase that question.
Did you ask any officer who was present on June 23rd, 2023, at 6200 Old Pearsall Road, between the time period of 2:02:00 to 2:02:15, whether they would have fired as these officers fired, seeing what they saw?
I did not.
All right. Before you obtained a warrant, did you consult any use of force instructors at the San Antonio Police Department?
I did not.
All right. At any time before you submitted your offense report, did you consult with any use of force instructors at the San Antonio Police Department Academy?
I did not.
All right. Did any of your supervisors, the sergeant, the lieutenant, or the captain, suggest that you consult with academy supervisors or academy instructors.
I never received that direction, no, sir.
All right. And I'm not sure how many fellow detectives assisted you in the investigation. How many fellow detectives assisted you in the investigation?
The only ones I know of are like all the ones that took statements for sure that day, and then maybe later on, maybe
Okay.
going out to the scene.
Well, let's look at your prosecution guide. And count, every time you see a new name, just count out loud 1, 2, 3, until you go through everything, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, so you want me to say the names or just go down and count them out?
Did you count the number?
Yeah, let me see here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, 13 detectives assisted that day.
All right. Did any of those 13 detectives tell you to look into the matters that you have admitted to yesterday and today that you failed to do?
No, sir.
All right. So would you agree that they were required to assist or help you since this was your first officer-involved shooting?
They were assisting, but I'm just answering. They did not say that.
They did not say that.
Right.
But would you agree with me that they're expected to assist you, correct?
I think they were assisting the best they could.
All right. And would you agree that if they're assisting the best they could, but their best wasn't fair, that it's whether they did their best, if it was short of being fair, it wasn't fair to these guys, right?
Well, yes, in your opinion, yes.
All right. And you would agree that any police officer is taught never to assume that a person only has one weapon, right?
Yes, we gotta. Yeah, you always gotta make sure that they don't have anything else.
All right, and I'm going to represent to you what we see on Officer Ramos' body-worn camera is that at 1:40:14, Melissa Perez is at the door, front door, when Salinas and Ramos are trying to kick the door. You recall that, right?
I don't know. Can I see? Yeah, you guys have it. I can look at it, or
Okay, so you don't remember?
well, I just
seeing that?
refresh my memory, sir.
Okay,
That's all I'm
let me
saying.
refresh your memory,
Yes.
but my question is, do you remember seeing that?
And I want to know exactly what time. There was a lot of footage, sir.
All right.
Mr. Cervantes, I've hit the HDMI. You may need someone behind you to turn on the...
I'll get it done.
Thank you. Appreciate it, thank you.
He's not plugged in.
Yeah, just For the record, I'm playing, I believe this is going to be Officer Robert Ramos' video. I'm sorry, I meant to play Officer Rojas' video, so let me pull that up.
Please open the door.
All right, so I'm starting it at 1:40:01, and I'm going to let it play a little bit. And I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, to notice where she is at 1:40:14 and what she does at 1:40:34. Okay?
Yes, sir.
0140, 0140.
Melissa! He's right there by the door, bro. Oh, she put like a chair on their wing.
Yeah, because you're going to work. You're going to make me shut my door down.
And look at what it does at 1:34.
Put a chair in there.
1:40:34.
You think you could open the steamer?
All right, would you agree with me that she rapidly goes to one of the back bedrooms?
Yes.
All right, and you agree that what we later see is that before this point in time, she has no hammer, right?
Yeah, I don't think she's brought it in yet. Yes, sir.
All right. You think or do you know?
I'm just telling you, I don't think she's introduced it yet. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, it sounds like you're unsure about what the evidence is.
No, the hammer, I know it was a hammer. I'm just saying,
Okay.
at this point, I don't think she's introduced the hammer yet.
Okay, so you know that at 1:40:37, she has no hammer. You know that's a fact, right?
I can see she didn't have a hammer. Yes, sir.
All right, and you know that after she runs back, she comes back with the hammer. You know that, right?
Yeah, we can let it
Okay.
play and make sure, yes.
So you would agree with me that the evidence shows that she went to go get a tool at that time, correct?
Yes, that makes sense. Yes, sir.
And you don't know what tools were in her bedroom, wherever she got the hammer from, because the CSIs didn't search it, right?
We did not take any tools. No, sir.
So you agree with me, you don't know what other tools were there, correct?
I do not, sir, no.
So would you agree with me that when you testified she would never let go of the hammer, you were assuming that she had no other blunt instruments that she could have used as a weapon, correct?
At that time, I figured she had no other instruments to use. Yes, sir.
But that was an assumption, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that assumption is contrary to what reasonable officers are trained to expect, that someone will always be armed, correct?
We have to maintain safety. Yes, sir. Expect and expected. Yes, sir.
All right, so it's within the realm of possibility for a reasonable officer to believe that even if she threw the hammer, that she might run back to her bedroom and grab another blunt instrument that could be a deadly weapon, correct?
Objection, the question has been asked and answered.
Has not been.
He asked the same question previously, which the officer answered. He then
It's
added
a
extra
different question.
details.
I'm entitled to an answer. This is cross-examination. Please answer my question.
Of course, you always assume the unexpected. Yes.
All right.
There could have been anything in that house.
So it was reasonable for officers to believe that she may have rearmed herself with another weapon, even if she threw the hammer, correct?
Of course, you can assume that. Yes, sir.
All right. All right, your command staff knew that this was your first shooting, right?
I'm pretty sure. Yes, sir.
And you would agree that if your command staff was competent, they would have done what all investigators have, which is on-the-job training?
I believe they're competent, and we did the best we could that day, sir.
All right. And so they would have overseen what you were doing and see whether you were engaged in any omissions or errors, correct?
Of course, sir. They're there watching over. Yes, they're watching everything.
And were they watching over you?
Well, they're making, they know what's going on, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you have used the term "we" did this, we did that, would you agree that if, in talking about the "we," there were failures to do certain things, since you agree those failures eliminated or omitted the totality of the circumstances, the "we" includes the command staff of the San Antonio Police Department?
Well, we work together on this case, sir. Yes, sir.
So the failures,
Our unit, the homicide unit,
the
sir.
failures in this case includes the "we," which includes the entire homicide office, correct?
That's your opinion, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, we all work together on this, sir. Yes, sir.
So when you fail to do something and you've used the word "we," you're admitting that "we" includes your supervisors and fellow detectives, correct?
Yes, sir, because we work together on this. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now, just to be clear, you turned in this report sometime in September, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so July, August, September, that was probably 3 months?
Yes, sir.
And in the 3 months, you had a chance to review videos over and over and over again?
Yes, sir.
And you had a chance to interview a bunch of witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even though you had 3 months to investigate, you admitted that you didn't know which officer shot Melissa Perez before getting the warrant, correct?
Yes, sir. We had to wait for ballistics.
And you didn't watch all the body-worn cameras in their entirety prior to walking the warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we were to look at the body-worn cameras and the audit trails for each device and your user audit trail, would you agree with me that if we were to carefully analyze all those audit trails, there would be no proof that you watched all 15 videos from beginning to end? You would agree the audit trails would reveal that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you agree that you did not direct CSIs to search for other tools at all, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree. Yes, sir.
And you agree that the CSIs didn't take any measurement or height distances, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree that you admitted exculpatory evidence in your prosecution guide, correct?
There was some stuff I should have put in there, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, and that was exculpatory evidence, correct?
There was some stuff. Yes, sir.
All right, and you agree that you didn't mention Alexis Tovar's statements from the interview in your body-worn camera where Melissa Perez stated she was an aggressive person, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you incorrectly stated in your prosecution guide twice that Alejandro could not see Melissa Perez when he fired, correct?
Yes, sir. Went over that yesterday. Yes, sir.
All right, and you agree that to this date, 2 years after the fact, you didn't recover all the bullets, correct?
We went back in a year later and we got what we could get out of the wall.
Sir, that's not my answer. How many shots were fired?
A total of 16, sir.
All right, and how many bullet fragments were recovered?
I don't know off the top of my head, so I have to look at all. Look at that. I don't know.
Okay, well, would you agree with me that you recovered less than 16 bullets?
I believe that's correct, sir.
All right, so can you agree with me that you didn't recover all the bullets?
I believe there's one we could not recover. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, didn't you only recover 6 bullets?
I know there was an issue with the one of them in the wall that we could not get out. That's the only thing I know that we could not recover. I know there was bullet fragments and things like that. Yes, sir.
All right, so if you don't remember, that's okay. I want you to tell me you don't remember, but would you agree with me that it wasn't a case of just one bullet missing, there were a bunch of bullets missing?
Well, yes, sir. They went everywhere in the house, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So there's about 10 bullets that you didn't recover, would you agree?
Yes, we did not recover everything.
All right. You did not measure the distances from one room to the next, correct?
We did not.
You don't know why the candle that was in Santos de la Rosa's room was extinguished when it was photographed, do you?
No, I do not know.
All right. You didn't use the Leica scanner the first time or the second time that you went to search, correct?
Yes, we did not.
And you admit that the Leica scanner could have created a 3D model, and because of advances in calculus and mathematics, you could pinpoint one location inside the 3D model and compute the distance to another point in the 3D model, correct?
You're correct, sir, yes.
And because that wasn't done, you don't know the distances that we've been talking about throughout this trial, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree with me that none of the officers were allowed to look at the other officers' body-worn cameras as required by law, correct?
Yes, sir, I did not tell them they could. I just didn't say no, yes to either request.
All right.
I didn't tell them they could look at any other officer's body cam, yes, sir.
And the jurors, I hope, took good notes, so I'm not going to go through the details, but you admit that there were a lot of events that were part of the totality of the circumstances that officers could take into account when deciding whether at the time of firing it was reasonable to fire, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you left a lot of those details out in both your warrant and prosecution guide, correct?
There are details left out, yes, sir.
All right.
But generally, like I said, in the probable
All right,
cause.
you answered the question.
Okay.
And you did not create notes when you reviewed the body-worn camera, correct?
I did not have taken any notes, no, sir.
And you did not create bookmarks or write comments in any of the audit trails, correct?
I did not, sir, no.
And none of the detectives did that, correct?
I don't know who did it. I think there were someone did it. I don't know who did it.
All right. So, you had 4 months to do all of these things. You had the luxury of 4 months in your office without any stress, without anybody threatening your life, without you being concerned about being shot or beaten up. You had your time to review things over and over again. Would you agree that you had a lot of time to decide whether the shooting of bullets by these three gentlemen was reasonable in the 8 seconds at the most that they had?
I was working on other cases also.
Sir,
but yes,
sir, answer my question. Don't
I
be
am.
evasive.
I'm not, sir. I was just letting you know that I'm working on other cases in between there. You're making it sound like
Cases. You have plenty of time
I'm going to answer your question.
review a decision that they had to make in 8 seconds. You would agree with that,
Yes, sir.
yes?
I'm going to answer. Can I answer your question?
Can you answer
I'm answering
yes
your
or
question,
no?
sir.
Answer yes or no.
Sir, I'm trying to put in perspective so they understand. You made it sound like I'm only working on that case, sir.
It's a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Repeat it.
All right, let's throw you a bone. Let's say that 2 hours out of the day you could only work on this case in only 2 hours. That would be a fair question, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. So if you had 2 hours a day and you had 3 months, that's I'm a little bit slow because I'm getting old, but that's 180 hours that you would have had to look at this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had 180 hours at a minimum, to look at their decision to fire in 8 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even though you had 180 hours to look at their decision to fire, you still missed a lot of information, correct?
There's still stuff that yes, sir.
All
We
right.
can't get everything. Sometimes there's not everything. You just don't get
And you
everything.
would agree with me that whether this jury believes that you botched this investigation, you want this jury to believe you did the best you could, right?
Yes.
And you want this jury to believe that even though you may have missed a lot of things, and even though you tried best you could, you put together what you believed in your mind was a reasonable investigation, right?
There are variables in all investigations. things happen, new information comes up. It's a evolving thing. So
Okay, but-
in my mind, I thought I did a good investigation.
All right. But even though you think you did a good job, you're willing to admit that after 2 years, there's a lot of things you didn't consider, correct?
Of course, in every investigation, there's gonna be things and new stuff arise. Yes.
Absolutely.
Judge, we just have to move around a little bit. Do you want to do a 5-minute break, or do you want me to just kind of shuffle here? Because we have to use technology, but I promise it's going to be organized and fluid.
Does anybody on the jury require a break? All right, okay, let's take a short break.
All right, Judge.
back, members of the jury. Defense, we're in your cross.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Tom Nisbet. This gentleman's name is Christian Newman, and we represent Sergeant Alfred Flores.
Yes, sir.
Ask you some questions, same sort of general understanding. If you want me to repeat it or you don't understand it, please just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So I'm going to pick up pretty close to where Ben left off, talking about the first time Melissa Perez approached the window at 2:02, let's say 06, and Officer Alejandro first discharged his weapon. Do you remember that part?
Yes, sir.
And I'm a visual guy, and so we're gonna do a lot of this visually. So I won't give you a timestamp and be like, oh geez, where's that? We're just gonna look at it, all right?
Sounds good, sir.
All right. Before we look at it, I just wanna be on the same page with you about what apparent danger is, okay?
Yes, sir.
Apparent danger.
Yes, sir.
And the jury's heard a lot about it, but I want your testimony, you tell them. A citizen, an officer, has a right to react, if it's reasonable, to apparent danger, the same as if the danger were real, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna read you the definition of apparent danger. You tell me if you agree with it, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
A person has a right to defend himself from apparent danger to the same extent as he would had the danger been real, provided he acted upon a reasonable apprehension of danger as it appeared to him from his standpoint at the time. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir. Sounds right.
Bailey, can you turn the yellow on for me, please? It's wordy, so I'm going to put it up here and let you read it on your screen there, Detective.
You want me to read it out loud, sir?
Sure.
Okay. A person has a right to defend himself from apparent danger to the same extent as he would had the danger been real, provided he acted upon a reasonable apprehension of danger as it appeared to him from his standpoint at the time.
Okay. And that is the definition of apparent danger as you understand it.
Yes, sir. As I
All
understand,
right.
yes, sir.
Thank you. So, can we switch to the HDMI source now? Thank you. Thompson. All right. So I'm showing you what's in evidence as Travis Thompson's body-worn camera. In this image, we see is something we've talked a lot about, right? We see Alfred Flores in the middle climbing over the rail. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We see Officer Alejandro standing at the rail. We see his arms up on the rail. Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we see Officer Villalobos over there discovering in that moment the door is not unlocked. Correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, let's focus on the window here at 2:02:06. From this vantage point, is Melissa Perez visible?
No, sir.
Okay. From this vantage point, can we see that Officer Alejandro's eyes are clearly above the rail and he is clearly focused on whatever is going on inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And can we see that Sergeant Flores cannot see what's going on in that apartment? His face is turned, let's say, 90 degrees away from the window.
Yes, sir. He looks like he's maybe looking down as he's climbing over the rail.
Anyone here, Chris? Thank you. All right. What do we see appearing in the middle of the television there?
Maybe right over. Maybe I can't tell if that's her head or not.
Okay, let's go one forward.
Yeah.
Okay, now go
yes.
one back.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that to be Melissa Perez's head, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer, I'm going to ask you these same questions so we can kind of get into a rhythm here, but Does Officer Alejandro have his weapon out?
Looks like not at this time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can Alfred Flores see what's coming?
He doesn't see her. No, sir.
All right. Is Nathaniel Villalobos this millisecond later still got his hand on that doorknob?
Yes, sir. Appears so.
All right. Next frame, please. Okay. Now we see the left arm of Melissa Perez around the TV, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we see her head approaching the window, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say everybody's in the same position they were in the previous frame?
It looks pretty much the same, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Except Melissa Perez is closer, correct?
Yeah, she's moved a little bit closer. Yes, sir.
What is the timestamp that we're looking at here?
2:02:06.
So we are still inside of the same second that the only thing changing here is Melissa Perez's position.
Yes, sir.
So in law enforcement, we call that compressing the distance, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. The officers are not compressing the distance between Melissa Perez and their position, correct?
Correct, sir. They're the same spot they were at.
Melissa Perez is in sole control of that distance, and she is the one compressing it, correct?
Yes, sir.
She is also compressing the time an officer would have to react to whatever she is going to do as she compresses the distance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next frame, please. Okay. Now we see Melissa Perez. Has she gotten a little bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Has she started to raise her left arm?
Her left arm appears to be moving upward. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is anything in her left arm?
I don't see anything in her left arm, sir.
All right. Are all of our officers in the same effective position that they have been up to now?
Yep. Little slight movements, but pretty close. Yes, sir.
Alfred Flores still can't see what's coming.
He's still coming over. He's looking down. Yes, sir.
Officer Alejandro is focused on whatever this threat is coming towards the window.
Yes, sir. He appears to be looking in the window, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one, please. Actually, go back one. No, that's good. Go two. Sorry. One more. All right. This is more or less the same. What's the timestamp on this one, Detective?
2:02:06, sir.
So still 1 second has not passed yet, correct?
Correct.
But in this very short amount of time, we see Melissa Perez advancing very quickly towards that window, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We see her left arm. It's come up a little bit more. Can we see what's in her right hand yet?
No, sir.
All right. Next frame, please. All right. Now, we see something start to peek over the TV, but the limitations on body cam make it blurry. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. If you want to go back one more frame.
Back.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to come up and
I
point
can
it
see
out?
a little. I can see a little something there, like a little smudge or something. Yes, sir.
And the little smudge is this, correct?
That's yes, sir. That's what it appears to be.
Melissa
Yes, sir.
Perez has a roofing hammer in her right hand, correct?
Correct.
Now, before we couldn't see it because it was behind the TV, but now we see she's starting to raise it.
Yes, sir. Appears
All right.
that way.
Now, her left hand, it's changed positions too, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's come up and it's straightened out in front of her, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Has Officer Alejandro drawn his weapon yet?
It doesn't appear so. I can't tell.
Has Alfred Flores turned even more to be facing farther away from the threat?
Yes, sir. He's facing now almost the opposite direction.
And down at the bottom of the screen, we see Officer Villalobos' feet. He's in the same position, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, next one, please. Actually, go one more. All right, this is my favorite one, Detective. What does Melissa Perez have in her right hand?
It appears to be that hammer, sir.
What is her left arm doing?
It looks like she could be trying to brace, maybe, to grab the wall.
She's in this position, correct?
It appears that way, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, this position.
Yes, yes, sir.
And you would agree, and I think you have, but with the visual, you would agree, it would be impossible for any one of those officers watching this to know exactly what Melissa Perez is about to do with that hammer.
It could be hard to determine, yes, sir.
It would be impossible.
We don't know what's in her. Yeah, they don't know what's in her mind, sir. Yes.
To me, the position she's in looks like when Olympians throw a javelin. Have you ever seen that sport in the Olympics?
Yes, sir.
They run, one hand is out straight and the other one's here.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Seen that. Yes, sir. I believe I've seen that.
And it's very similar to this with a hammer, correct?
It looks very similar. Yes, sir.
So anyone could have a reasonable belief that she's about to throw that hammer.
Yep. Looks like it could be. Yes, sir.
Again, objection, Your Honor. You cannot testify to that. It is the province of the jury.
I don't think that question's objectionable. I'm not asking him to opine on the ultimate issue. I'm asking an objective question. You can answer.
It looks like, yeah, she's winding up, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, she could also be winding up to come through that window like we saw with Jonathan Salinas, correct?
Could be the same action. Yes, sir.
She could be winding up to use that hand to brace on the wall and come around the corner like she did with Jonathan Salinas, correct?
Yes, sir. It's hard to predict. Yes, sir. She could
I
be.
agree.
Yeah.
But a situation where apparent danger is presented, the standard is just a reasonable apprehension, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, next slide, please. Now what do we see Melissa Perez doing with the hammer? It's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Even in the super slow pro, it's tricky to see.
Yes, sir. I can't really tell right there, sir. No.
Has the hammer come forward from a cocked back position to coming up to the window?
It's kind of blurry there.
Let's do this. Hit the next frame.
Oh, yeah. I can see it. Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, sir.
So we see she has accelerated the hammer. What's the timestamp right now?
2:02:06.
Still haven't had 1 second pass.
Correct.
Not 1 second. And that hammer has accelerated all the way forward towards the window.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see if Officer Alejandro has drawn his weapon yet?
Yes, sir. It looks like he has.
Okay. So after the Olympic javelin position, now Officer Alejandro is starting to produce and orient his weapon. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Alfred Flores' head is now the back of his head is now directly facing where Melissa Perez has run up to the window. You
Yes,
agree?
he's facing the opposite direction. Yes, sir. The head.
Thank you. Okay, next frame. All right. Now we see very clearly Officer Alejandro has gotten into a firing position. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
May I demonstrate, Judge?
Yes.
And officers are trained to use both hands on the weapon for that firing position, correct?
Correct, sir.
So he has gotten a stance. What's the name of this stance?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of it, sir.
Isosceles, right?
Yes, sir.
You make an isosceles triangle, you orient on your target, and the weapon goes forward, correct?
Correct, sir.
Officers train at the firing range hundreds of thousands of rounds a year to use this technique effectively, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we see Officer Alejandro has produced his weapon. What do we see coming out of the window?
Glass.
Glass. Can you describe the glass?
Looks like shards of glass.
Okay. What are those shards of glass doing?
Looks like they're coming toward Officer Alejandro.
Okay. Are they also coming towards the back of Officer Flores' head?
From this angle, I can't tell, but if there's as many coming out, it's possible, yes, there could be some hidden that would hit him.
Does having an impact make a human being blink or react?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Does having a cloud of glass shards flying towards your face make it hard to see what a hammer may or may not be doing on the other side of that cloud of glass?
Yes, sir. It could impede the vision.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can we even see the hammer or what it's doing at this moment because of the glass shards?
I can barely make out something. I'm not sure if that's what it is, but you're correct. It's kind of blurring the picture. Yes, sir.
Okay. One more, Chris? Or is that the last one? Okay. But so, what's the time count on our timer here now?
2:02:07.
So we've now finally made it 1 second.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, Officer Alejandro fires his weapon the first time, correct?
It looks like, yes, sir.
So you would agree with me, from the Olympic javelin to this moment is only a split second.
Yes, sir.
And he had a split second to decide how to react to that speed of Melissa Perez compressing the time and compressing the distance into that position, correct?
Yes, sir. It was very quick. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Can I approach the court reporter, Judge?
Yes.
Will you bring up the first slide for us, please? Yes. No, I'm gonna have you read it once you get there. Tell me when you're ready, because I got some questions first. This is just a bigger one of that. Can you just read that and see what it's the same? Okay. You can't? And this with the window, and then you can't. Okay, fine. Well, I'll put it on. All right. Detective, this is Defense Exhibit 109. Do you remember looking at this exhibit and discussing it with Mr. Goss, I guess, 2 days ago?
I believe so.
All right. His focus was on the door and the locking mechanism of the door. That's what he wanted to talk about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Bailiff, can you switch to the Elmo, please? All right. Again, I'm a visual guy, so we're going to read along as the court reporter reads back that line of testimony. So, okay? If you could, please.
Question by Mr. Doss. In the middle of the question, especially when we look back up here at 109, Sergeant Flores is actually in the same position that Salinas was in when he got hit with a candle, right? Answer, yes, sir. I can see that. Yes, sir. Question, okay. And then let's talk about this door, right? So the patio, so that patio door that we see in 109, so that patio door that we see in 109, that patio door, answer. Can I say one thing though? From where when he was firing, you can see on body cam, she's actually like almost in the hallway of her apartment. Question, well, that's answer. I'm just saying that's why you can't compare it exactly to Selena's situation in the window. You can't.
Thank you. Do you remember that, detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're gonna focus in on this statement. And if you recall, again, I'm a visual guy. Kind of had your hand in your elbow and you pointed at the TV screen and you pointed like this at the TV screen. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. No, sir.
Okay. And you said, can I say one thing though? From where, when who is he referring to?
From where? Sergeant Flores.
Flores?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when Flores was firing, you can see on the body cam, she's actually like almost in the hallway of her apartment.
Yes, sir.
That's a sworn testimony of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, could we go back to the, thank you. Go to the floor. Okay. I appreciate Chris very much. Okay, so we were looking at 109. We see this is Flores' position, okay? And your testimony is when he fires, Melissa Perez is almost in the hallway of that apartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said a couple times for the state and also with Mr. Doss, distance matters, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to represent to you about 3 weeks ago in a very hot room at 8 p.m. We ran around with weapons in a courtroom talking about time and distance. Time and distance matters for self-defense, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
The time and the distance matters for reasonableness. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Matters for immediacy.
Yes, sir.
And it matters for necessary.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, next one, please. Do you know which of these rounds was fired first by Officer or Sergeant Flores that we see in States 70?
I don't know which one was first. No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to give you a hint. It's the top one in the door frame, okay? Can you see that one?
Yes, sir.
It's labeled B1.
Yes, sir.
And so when you say from where he was firing, this officer or Sergeant Flores is firing through that door frame, you're saying he's shooting at and hitting, and I'll hold it up, I'm going to own it, hitting Melissa Perez with this bullet when she's almost in the hallway.
I don't know exactly where she got hit, but that's where it just appeared from the perspective she was at.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Next one. Yeah, fine, next one. Okay, so the only measurement we have, there's been a lot of measurement talk. The only measurement talk we have is this right here, correct?
Correct, sir.
14 feet, 9 inches. The only measurement we have is that measurement on this not to scale CSI diagram for the depth of that room. Correct?
Correct.
All right. May I use the well, Judge?
Yes.
Detective, how many feet are in this measuring tape?
16, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. Do you by chance, Detective, remember the Pythagorean theorem from school?
I remember hearing about it, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what it had to do with?
Off the top of my head, sir, no, but I do remember
I'll give you a
hearing about
hint again. It says when you form a triangle, the longest side is always a little bit longer than the other sides, okay?
it. Yes, sir.
So as we see on Judge, 28B, the flat side of that house, of that room, is 14 feet, 9 inches, correct?
Correct.
So if we were going to come diagonally across the room, Pythagorean theorem says it's a little bit longer.
Correct.
All right, my measuring tape is 16 feet, and I'm going to give you, Detective, all 16 feet. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Here's what you and I are going to do here, right now. We're going to do an analysis of this video. Does that sound fair?
Sounds fair, sir.
Okay. Hold up this. I put it in VLC and I put it on super duper slow-mo. So we're going to look at exactly what Sergeant Flores saw before he fired, okay?
Yes, sir.
And remember, the first bullet that comes out of his gun is that top hole in the door frame, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. What's our timestamp that we see here on the video?
2:02:10.
2:02:10.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Can you play, please? And stop. Who's standing in front of Sergeant Flores right now?
Officer Villalobos.
Okay, we just saw Sergeant Flores' left hand come out and come forward. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is his left hand doing? Do you know?
I think he's just letting him know he's behind him, it appears.
Is he moving? Is he pushing Officer Villalobos to his left?
It appears he could be, yes, sir.
It appears he could be. It appears he's pushing Officer Villalobos to his left to gain a better line of sight, correct?
Correct.
And arguably put himself in the more vulnerable and exposed position directly through that glass door.
Yeah, yes, sir. Seems to me he's just trying to get a visual.
Okay.
He wants a better visual, yes, sir.
And we agree that the depth of that patio is 6 feet. We talked a lot about it, right?
Yes, we have, sir,
And
yes.
so not sideways, the door to the wall, right, is 6 feet.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. And if I'm 6'3", what's my wingspan, Detective?
It's just variable. I don't know.
It's the Vitruvian Man, Leonardo da Vinci.
6 foot.
It's the same as my height. That's right.
6'4", yes, sir.
One
Okay.
at a time, please.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, sorry.
The same as your height. That's
Okay.
that's in general. Yes, sir.
So this is it.
Yes, sir.
This is as deep as that patio is.
Yes, sir.
The jury box is deeper than that patio.
Yes, sir. It looks like it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you have Officer Villalobos, could you stand up for me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Standing in front of Alfred Flores, directly in front of that window. And then you have Sergeant Flores directly behind him. And you'd agree with me, there ain't much more room on the patio than that, right?
I agree, sir.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Yes, sir. Okay, Chris, play, please. Stop. All right. 20211. What can we see at the mouth of that hallway?
We see Melissa at the hallway. She has the hammer in her right hand.
She has the hammer in her right hand.
Yes.
Detective, when you watch videos, you look at posture, correct?
Yeah, we try to look at everything, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
look at body language?
Yes, sir.
You can actually glean somebody's intent from things like that, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to agree with me that Melissa Perez's posture here looks very aggressive?
I can't see her face or anything, but she looks like she's ready. She has the hammer in her right hand. Yes,
If
sir.
I'm looking at you and I'm standing like this,
Yes, sir.
do I look like I want to hurt you?
I could take it that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do, Detective. We're going to watch that door frame for that first bullet. Okay? Because if what you said is true, we're going to see Sergeant Flores fire his weapon while Melissa Perez is still in or almost in that hall, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 20211, the scene is set. Is Sergeant Flores' weapon even raised?
It doesn't appear so, sir.
No. Is he at low ready on his right side?
I don't know. He might be. I don't think so.
Because his left hand just pushed Officer
Right.
Villalobos to his left, correct?
Correct.
All right. Chris, play please. Stop. All right. Let's talk about running and walking, okay? Here I am, 16 feet. You know what? I'm taking my hammer with me. 16 feet. We see Melissa Perez do something very interesting here. So first and foremost, do we see a bullet going through that door frame?
No, sir.
No, we don't. And if I was to walk forward, Detective, the first thing I'd lead with is my foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
My torso stays upright, correct?
Yes, sir.
But we see something different here, don't we?
She looks to be leaning a little forward, sir.
She looks
Yes,
to be
sir.
leaning forward, and I lean forward if I'm gonna run, right?
I can give you that impression, sir. Yes. She's
Torso
ready to
goes
move.
first and feet follow next. That's how a human being runs, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. The hammer is at Melissa Perez's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she's taking her first step, running step, from that hallway to where the end of that room is, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm not gonna run, I'm just gonna walk. Is that fair?
That's fair, sir.
All right, Chris, play it one. Stop. How many steps do we have now, Detective?
Looks like she's taking one step.
Well, that's two
Maybe
steps,
two
right?
steps. Yes, sir.
Because her right foot is on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she kind of looks like in a running position still, correct?
Correct, sir.
She, Melissa Perez, is compressing the distance at a rapid rate. Would you agree?
I agree, sir.
She, Melissa Perez, is compressing the time at a rapid rate. Would you agree?
Yes, she's moving pretty good there, sir.
And at the moment she's doing that, 20212, this is Alfred Flores' face, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, has she raised the hammer yet?
From this angle, I can't tell, sir.
Okay. Do we see that her left hand is kind of touching the arm of that couch there?
Yes, sir.
Can we agree she is no longer in the hallway of that apartment?
We can agree. Yes, sir.
Can we agree she has run away from the hallway of that apartment?
She's running away from me. Yes, sir.
Have we seen a bullet hit that door frame on that door?
No, sir.
Okay. Chris, play it, please. Stop. Okay. Now we see her left foot is the forward foot again, so she has run a third step, correct?
Correct, sir.
Do we see a bullet hit the door frame of that door?
No, sir.
No, we literally can't, right? Because his gun is now in a low ready position with two hands in front of him, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. Officer Villalobos has triggered what there that we see on the left side of the
He's got
screen?
his taser out, sir.
He's got his taser out. What has he activated?
He just activated the light on his taser,
Okay.
yes, sir. He's
Flashlight?
activated it, yes, sir.
So if we see in a second, that's going to kind of create a glare on the window. It might make it hard to see, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But we know that Melissa Perez's left foot is the lead foot in her running gait right now. Yes?
It appears so, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Where's my 13? Okay, play one, Chris. Stop. Okay. Now her right foot has cycled at 2:02:13, correct?
Correct, sir.
She's nowhere near that hallway, is she, detective?
You're correct, sir.
At 2:02:13, Alfred's gun has finally come up into a ready position, correct?
Correct, sir.
That isosceles position, correct?
Correct.
All right. Nathaniel Villalobos has just removed his left hand from the doorknob, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Can we see the hammer in this image?
No, sir.
Okay. Play it one, Chris. All right. Stop. Interesting. So let's say this. What's the timer at now, detective?
2:02:13, sir.
So now we see at 2:02:13, Alfred's weapon has come up, but he's making a very distinctive face, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
That's a face consistent with a human being who believes they are about to get hit in the face with something.
Yes, sir. He looks scared, sir. Yes, sir.
Broken glass, a hammer, blunt force trauma. This is the face a human being makes when they're scared and they genuinely believe they are about to be hit in the face. Yes?
Yes, sir. It could be. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, what step am I on, Chris? 5? I think so. All right, 5. I'm going to be getting up in your office here in a second, so sorry, but I'm not going to hurt y'all. 5 steps. Really interesting what Melissa Perez just did with the hammer here. Did you notice that? Could you scooch back a little bit, Chris? Okay, and play it again. Stop. Interesting, right? She's right-handed. She's not in the Olympic javelin position this time, is she?
Correct, sir.
No. She's come across her body and oriented the hammer horizontally, hasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Really interesting adjustment from any prior hammer behavior we have seen from Melissa Perez, isn't it?
Yeah, she hasn't done that yet, sir. No, sir.
And so if, say, I had just run at a window and I had attempted to throw or strike with the hammer and I had hit an aluminum crossbeam that Mrs. Cifuentes pointed out, if I adjust my throw or strike horizontally, I now clear straight under that crossbeam and nothing impedes my hammer, correct?
If she went lower, yes, sir, she would not have that impediment there. No, sir.
Okay. Or let's talk about that partial wall in the door there. If she's right-handed and she's facing that wall, she can come around the wall as a right-handed person by being in a crossbody position, correct?
She could, yes, sir.
She can go under the top frame of the door by coming across in that crossbody strike, correct?
Correct, sir.
That would allow that hammer to go straight through the glass on that door, correct?
If it misses one of the wood beams, it could possibly happen, yes, sir.
That would allow her, if she wanted to operate that door from the inside, because we know from Mr. LaHood that she had sole control of the door at that point, she could come right out the door with that strike. And that would be where Officer Villalobos is, correct?
Yeah, he's right there, yes, sir.
And that's where Sergeant Flores is, correct?
They're right there, yes, sir.
All right. I'm looking on the door frame. Has he fired yet?
Doesn't appear so, sir.
5 steps. Still hasn't fired. All right. Play it, Chris. Boom. Right there. Did everybody see the puff of smoke? Let's back it up. Chris, back it up for me, please. So 1, 2, 3 horizontal window rungs up. Look on the left side of the door frame. Play it, Chris. Right there. All right. So we see her right foot back. That means her left foot is forward. There is no more room left. Is that true, Detective?
She's right there by the door, yes, sir.
The hallway is at the other end of my measuring tape, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And she has cleared the entire length of the room, hasn't she?
It appears so, sure, yes, sir.
And that's when Officer Flores fires his first bullet, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So he does not fire in the hallway, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or on the first step, correct?
Correct.
Or on the second step,
Correct.
or on the third step,
Correct.
or on the fourth step,
Correct.
or on the fifth step.
Correct.
Not until the sixth step, when there is no more room left. Now I'm going to be in your office. And the hammer is right here. That is when he fires. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we want our San Antonio officers to do, isn't it, Detective? To wait until the decision is necessary, right?
That's what you want him to do, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't we keep going? So this, and I know you don't know this, but I'm going to represent it to you. This is States 153A3 out of this world of manila envelopes here, okay? This is the bullet that was taken out of Melissa Perez's lower back, which forensic linked to Sergeant Alfred Flores. And we know now, because we've done this analysis, that that bullet was not fired until Melissa Perez was right here, correct?
Correct, sir.
And Officer Villalobos was right there, correct?
He was next to him, sir. Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Flores was right there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So Detective, you know what, let's play it a little bit more. Okay, stop. Oh, sorry, Chris, go back one. I know I keep asking Judge, but can I get up, please?
Yes.
All right, so we see the second round hit the door frame, that's B2. Just so the jurors have the analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's about 3 or 4 inches below that first round striking the door?
Correct.
Okay. But the interesting thing we see about Melissa Perez's body here is her arm has come down now, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if she's presented the threat and there's no more room and Officer Flores waited to the last possible second and that first round struck Melissa Perez, it would be consistent with what we see now in the second round, her arms come down, right? Some sensation has made her bring the threat, the weapon down. Would you agree to that?
Yes, sir.
One more, Chris? And the third round goes right through the glass. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at that point, Officer or Sergeant Flores stops firing, correct?
Correct, sir.
He fires 3 rounds, 2 in the door, 1 in the window, when there was no time left, correct?
Correct, sir.
Time and distance matter, right, Detective?
Yes, sir.
All right. What also matters is the totality of the circumstances, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. The jurors have heard these questions, but we're going to go through them because an officer is entitled to consider the totality of the circumstances and if their decision to fire was reasonable or not, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to ask you these questions, Detective, not on behalf of Officer Flores. I'm going to ask if you would consider them. Is that fair?
That's fair, sir.
All right. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider if the suspect intentionally cut the wires to a fire alarm control panel to an apartment building?
At that moment, I don't know if I would.
Would you consider it? Would it be something that you would consider?
Something I think about, like, what was why we were there.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the time of night where residents were asleep and defenseless.
Yes, sir. Residential area, you're going to take that in consideration.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the risk to all of those residents if there was an intentionally set structure fire.
Yes, you would consider that. Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider if the suspect fled from officers after admitting to the offense.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect showing signs of being impaired as a result of an intoxicating substance.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider if the suspect showed signs of being aggressive.
Of course, yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider if the suspect showed signs of being violent.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect using their environment to conceal their position during the incident.
Yes, sir. All things you would consider, yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect using their environment to conceal their hands during the incident.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider an emergency tone or an E-tone for an officer in trouble.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect arming themselves with a hammer during the incident.
Of course, sir. Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider that a hammer can be used or adapted to be a deadly weapon, causing serious bodily injury or death.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider that the suspect was using that hammer as an improvised weapon.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect slashing at an officer at close range with that hammer.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect demonstrating success in throwing a heavy, weighted object at an officer on that porch.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect actively resisting arrest with a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir. All items to consider, yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect's potential for serious bodily injury or death by hitting an officer on scene with that hammer.
Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the suspect's potential for serious bodily injury or death by striking the bedridden individual in the apartment.
You would consider it, but she never demonstrated that she was aggressive toward him at all.
I know that's your opinion.
Okay.
I'm asking
Okay.
you, would you consider that in the
Consider all
totality of the
factors,
circumstances?
yes, sir. You can consider all factors.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the safety of a bedridden individual in that apartment if left alone with an armed, aggressive, possibly intoxicated subject.
Yes, sir. You would consider it, but I would also look at everything that, all her actions toward him that day, things like that, at the time they were dealing with her, the individual, with Melissa.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider the number of attempts officers had taken to verbally de-escalate the situation.
Yes, things you can consider, yes. Is she reacting to any conversation? Is she going to comply? Yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would also consider that at no point during the encounter was the suspect compliant.
Yes, she was not coming out, yes, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider if at no point during the entire encounter the suspect gave any indication she would come into compliance.
She gave no indication, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances, you would consider during an attempt to arrest the suspect if they rushed you with that hammer.
Things you can consider, sir.
In the totality of the circumstances...
Can I say one thing? Or?
Sure.
Wouldn't that be something you would consider before the plan? Like we talked about that day, like, why not reassess? That to me, that's something that's being forgot here. I don't understand.
I know that's
Yes,
your
sir.
opinion in
Yes,
front of
sir.
this jury here
Yes, sir.
today, and I hear it.
Yes, sir.
Okay? My question is, would you consider if the suspect, who had committed multiple felonies, rushed with a hammer?
Yes, you consider.
The answer is
that's something
yes,
you would consider.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the totality of the circumstances, would you consider that during an attempt to arrest that suspect, they raised the hammer overhead, like we see here in this video I've been showing you, in a striking position?
Yes, sir.
would you consider the fact that she changed her technique to get around certain obstructions in that apartment?
Of course, all things you could consider, yes, sir.
Would you consider that that hammer position is also a throwing position?
It could be, yes, sir.
And in the totality of the circumstances, you would consider that?
Yes, sir.
You would also consider in the totality of the circumstances that you were pinned by a high railing to your back, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would also consider in the totality of the circumstances that that is a very small patio where this lady is running at you with that hammer.
It's a small patio, officers are firing, kind of trapped in there, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you would agree that a police officer, just like any other citizen, is entitled to self-defense under the Texas Chapter 9 Penal Code, correct?
Of course, sir.
As another officer is entitled to protect a third party or another officer if the threat of deadly force or the apparent danger presents itself, correct?
Of course, sir, yes, sir.
All right. Can you go to the last slide? Yeah. Okay. Now, Detective, I'm showing you States 88. All right. What do we see in States 88?
It's the inside of the apartment. Got the TV to the right. You got multiple bullet holes through the TV, 3 through the wall, and some blood on the wall.
Okay, so let's talk about that center wall. I want to talk about what we see in that center wall, okay?
Yes, sir.
How many bullet defects do we see in that center wall?
I see 3 of them, sir.
Okay. Judge, may I get up again?
Yes.
Thank you. And those 3 bullet defects we see in the center of that wall, those rounds belong to which officer?
Officer Villalobos, sir.
Officer Villalobos.
Yes, sir.
Now, before life-saving measures were started on Melissa Perez, do you recall what position she was in on this wall?
She was, I think she was leaning against the wall with her right shoulder, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know she was leaning on the wall, I think, a little bit.
She was physically propped up against that wall.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be back in your office. So she's physically propped up against this wall, correct?
Correct, sir.
So just to go back to our analysis a little bit, we're on steps 4 and 5. If I'm just walking and I'm shot and my legs buckle, what does gravity do with my body?
You're going to move forward, sir, still.
If I'm just walking?
Oh, if you're walking, you'll fall right where you're at. Yes, sir.
Straight down.
Yes, sir.
But if I have so much forward momentum and speed and my legs buckle, where does my body go?
Of course, you're going to move forward, sir.
I'm still going to fly into that wall. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And so the faster I'm going and the closer I am to the wall, the more vertical my body's going to be propped up against that wall. Is that true?
You can assume that, sir. Yes, sir.
And so if we look at the blood stains on this wall, we see they're all the way up to the windowsill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
From Melissa Perez's torso, that's how close and how fast she was going because she was propped up that high against that wall.
Yes, sir.
You agree there was no more time for Sergeant Flores to wait on that decision, don't you?
It's a split-second decision, but I see a barrier. I'm sorry, sir. I know it's tough. I'm not trying to be smart about it. It's just it's tough. It is, but I see a barrier there. There's a wall there still.
Okay. Let's direct our attention up a little bit though, and let's look at those 3 bullet defects from Officer Villalobos.
Yes, sir. I see him.
If we know Melissa Perez's body was directly under that, can we agree that the point at which Officer Villalobos fired into that wall, it was perfectly lined up to where the suspect was running, wasn't it?
Yes, I think he said in his statement he fired where he thought she was at.
That's pretty darn good, isn't it? It's directly where she was at.
That's what he said, yes, sir.
And when Officer Villalobos first goes through that door, he has to get that hammer out of the suspect's hands, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
It's still in her hand. She's still armed when they come through that door.
It's in her hand, sir, yes, sir.
All right. Alfred, you stand up. stay right there. Sorry. All right. It's been 28 months since Alfred was charged with murder, correct, Detective?
Correct, sir.
All right. You walked that warrant on June 23rd of 2023.
I did, sir.
All right. The mugshot, Alfred, Eleazar, of Nathaniel, it went out on the news that night for murder, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that arrest decision of Alfred, that was based on your previous analysis that she was in the hallway when Alfred fired, correct?
It could be based, I was incorrect on her positioning, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm going to put it up. Can we go back to the Elmo, please? No, stay seated up there, please. I'm sorry. Your opinion that you formed to arrest this man, your opinion of his reasonableness, included your analysis that she was like almost in that hallway when Alfred shot, didn't it?
Yes, sir. That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Your opinion of the immediate factor of that self-defense included your analysis that she was in the hallway when Alfred fired.
That she was almost in the hallway. Yes, sir. Like I said. Yes, sir.
Your opinion of the necessity of deadly force included your analysis that she was in the hallway when Alfred fired, correct?
Like I said, sir, I thought she was almost in the hallway, or almost to the hallway.
And over 800 days have passed since you made that initial analysis and decision. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
800 days to look at that video, get a measuring tape out, and do the analysis that we just did live for everybody to watch. You had every single opportunity to do that, correct?
Correct, sir.
800 days to correct your mistaken opinion about where she was when Alfred used force.
I could have corrected the mistaken opinion of where she was. Yes, sir.
And today, for the first time ever, you have seen that your belief was mistaken.
On her positioning, yes, sir.
And no other person in homicide or brass came to you and said, "We've made a terrible mistake. She ran 6 steps before Alfred fired," correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. So you agree that your analysis that she was in the hallway is wrong.
Yes, sir. Just like I said, yes, sir.
And you agree that the opinion you formed of his reasonableness with that incorrect information, that's wrong.
You gotta take other factors too, sir, with the door and everything also. It wasn't just her positioning, but on her positioning, I can admit I'm wrong, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. You formed your opinion on immediacy based on that incorrect information. Isn't that true?
I was wrong, sir. Yes, sir.
And you formed your opinion on what's necessary under our 4 prongs of self-defense. You formed your opinion based on that incorrect information.
Yes, sir. I was wrong about her positioning, sir. Yes, sir.
And as you said time and time again to this jury, time and distance matters.
Of course, sir.
And you've told this jury Alfred had to make a split-second decision. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he waited to the absolute last millisecond until he made it.
He waited a while, yes, sir.
And you'd agree that Alfred, like these gentlemen, have a right to go home, don't you?
Every officer has a right to go home at the end of the night, yes, sir.
What's the next in line, Chris? What's the next exhibit number? Judge, we offer defense demonstrative 124 into evidence at this time, pending any objection.
No objections to defense 124, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Published to the jury.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, it's 1:07. Go ahead and take a lunch break. I'll give you an hour and 8 minutes or so. Let's make it 2:15. See you back then. All right, to the jury? Welcome back, members of the jury. Remember to let me know when you need a break. All right, where we last left off, defense had just passed, so state your redirect.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Afternoon.
I want to start with, go back to your arrest warrant.
Yes, sir.
With all the questions asked about the warrant, have you had a chance to look at a copy of your warrant?
I have it right here. I have a
Okay.
copy.
If you look at the first paragraph,
Yes, sir.
take a minute to refresh. What did Melissa Perez tell Officer Rojas and the firefighters? Did she give them her name?
Yes.
Did she give them her complete date of birth?
Yes.
Did she tell them where she lived?
Yes.
Did she tell them she had cut wires
Yes.
on the fire alarm?
Yes, sir.
Why did she cut the wires on the fire alarm?
Because she believed the FBI was listening to her.
Just in your experience, if you were getting that information of the crime, what would you think about somebody cutting a fire alarm because the FBI is listening?
I would obviously think that they're suffering some kind of mental health episode.
Okay. And we all know she eventually made it to her apartment.
Yes, sir.
At a point, did the officers decide to try to go and enter her apartment?
Yes, sir. There was a point.
Had she done, from your review of the officer's body cam, this officer's Rojas, Salinas, Ramos,
Yes, sir.
has anything happened to change your opinion that she might be a mental health call?
No, sir.
Objection to overly broad and not relevant to justification for these officers. These officers had no knowledge about the mental health.
You rephrase.
Okay. From your initial assessment, over the time they were talking to her, I'm just asking, have you seen anything to change that initial assessment?
Objection, it's vague in terms of who they is, and it's also vague in terms of time, and it's not relevant with respect to the defendants.
You can rephrase.
Now approach witness shine.
Yes.
Detective, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 4
Yes, sir.
for identification.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Ronan, has 4 been admitted or is it just marked? I'm sorry.
Just marked.
It's just marked, okay. What is State's 4?
It's an incident detail report.
And does the incident detail report reflect the information that's available through the MDT units available to every patrol officer in the SAPD?
Yes, sir.
On the third page of that, what does the comment section say about the original call to Rosemont at Miller's Pond Apartments?
Objection, this is cumulative and it's not relevant under Rule 403.
Goes to the information that a reasonable officer had available to them.
I would like a ruling it's cumulative and not relevant under 403.
I'll conduct a 403 analysis. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. Good, just read through the comments that are available to every officer about the original call to Rosemont at Miller's Pond.
This is 6200 Old Pearsall Road, Rosemont at Miller's Pond. Per maintenance department at this complex is Kenji Uno and can be reached and gave his number. Advised that a Latin female, white bandana, white muscle shirt, and blue jeans cut fire alarm wires, and saying she owns all complex, no weapons, possibly in tops.
Okay. So all officers were aware the person who owned the entire complex is possibly intoxicated.
Objection, there's no indication that the person that owned the complex is intoxicated. The owners of the complex is Saha, who obviously is not intoxicated.
And again, what is the information in the IDR available to all officers? Is it what you read?
Yes, sir.
I will move on. In your experience, what would a reasonable officer, what would make of that information?
Yes, you see that information on the detail, and you're gonna look at that and say, well, I might be dealing with somebody that's having some kind of mental illness.
Okay. Going to the second paragraph in your affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Had officers stayed engaged with her, the first three, Salinas, Rojas, and Ramos.
Second paragraph,
Yes, sir.
the part where officers continue to speak.
Yes, sir. I'm asking that. Just did they stay engaged with her?
Yes, sir, they do. Yes, sir.
At a point, did officers try to enter her apartment?
Yes, they did.
And how did they try to do that?
Through the open window. Well, first kept trying to kick the door. Second through the window.
Okay. And I'm asking you, based on what the information you put in your affidavit, if we go to the second paragraph, just refresh our reading 3 lines down.
The officers determined that the charge against the victim, one for damaging the fire alarm, was a criminal mischief state jail felony. Officers removed the screen from an open window on the porch. Victim one threw an object at an officer.
All right. So, and you recall seeing that on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
So, before Officer Salinas approached that window and the screen, had she thrown anything at him, at any officer?
No, she had not.
Did Officer Salinas stay in the patio area? Or
No.
did he remove himself?
He eventually stayed for a few seconds maybe, and then he removed himself after that.
If you recall, what did Melissa Perez do when Officers Ramos and Salinas removed themselves from the patio?
She backed away.
That act of being hit with the item, did you put that in your affidavit?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Fuentes made the statement approximately 15 officers arrived and responded.
Yes.
Recall that. And specifically, and you list in your affidavit, defendant 1 is Sergeant Flores, defendant 2 is Officer Alejandro, defendant 3 is Officer Villalobos.
Yes, sir.
From the second page in your affidavit and from your recollection, who is the first one of the defendants to approach or engage with Melissa Perez?
Officer Villalobos.
If you would. When defendant 1 and defendant 3 jumped the guardrail, what did Melissa Perez do? Well,
She came right to she started yelling at him, hey, hey, hey. She's looking right at him through the window.
is that the same pattern that happened when Officer Salinas and Ramos were in the patio?
Yes, sir. Same exact pattern of behavior.
In between what you put on page 2, did a single defendant go over the patio?
No, two people, two defendants went over the
I understand, that's what you have in your affidavit. Is that, and what's in your affidavit with 2 defendants going over, is that the last time it was tried?
Right before the shooting, that was the last time.
Okay. And I'm asking between Officer Salinas and 2 defendants going up that led to the shooting,
Correct.
was there an incident where Officer Villalobos jumped over?
Yes, sir, there was. 10 minutes prior to the shooting.
And what did Melissa Perez do when Officer Villalobos approached the window?
When she knew he was in there, she came right to the window also again. Same behavior.
But you put that in your affidavit.
I'm going to read it again here. I don't think I put the Officer Villalobos' jump into there. No.
But you're aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Specifically, towards the last bit of cross-examination, I'm asking you, do you see the sentence midway and it's as victim 1 moved towards? You see that?
Let me try to find it here. Oh yes, as victim 1 moved toward the back door. I'm going to read that.
Okay. No, sir, I'm not asking you to read it. But what is that referring to?
It's just part of her pattern of behavior. She's going to that area, going to that window, going to that. That's what I'm referring to on that.
Okay.
Sentence.
Now, right before we broke for lunch, you remember cross-examination by Mr. Nesbitt and Mr. Newman? May I move to the well, Your Honor?
Yes.
And he questioned you about a statement earlier in cross-examination that she said she had retreated to the hallway.
Oh, yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we made that whole process, and she had retreated the hallway for the first 5 shots, correct?
Correct.
And then he transitioned to the vantage point of Sergeant Flores, and his point was she was moving towards Sergeant Flores when he was back in the corner. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So this line that you put in your affidavit is victim 1 moved toward the back door, defendant 1 and 2 fired at the victim. Did you put that stanza, Mr. Nesbitt said, did you put that in your affidavit?
Yes.
So the things that were said that you misstated, is it stated accurately from the body cam in your affidavit?
Objection, leading question.
Okay. When you were being questioned by Mr. Nesbitt, were you confirming with your actual affidavit, or were you responding to his questions?
I was just responding to his questions.
Okay. Now, having had a chance to look at the affidavit you filed, Did you give the magistrate that information?
Yes, sir, I did.
The bottom paragraph. What did you review to support the affidavit you wrote?
I reviewed body worn camera footage.
In fact, what specific terms did you use?
After review of available digital evidence.
Did you say you had reviewed all the available digital evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you say you reviewed all the physical evidence?
I did not.
Had you reviewed the statements of the defendants?
Yes.
Had you written and walked warrants before this day in June 23rd of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Does the magistrate review your affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Can the magistrate ask you questions?
Yes, they can.
Have you ever had to go back and rewrite or add additional information if a magistrate did not believe you had probable cause in your affidavit?
Yes, I have. Yes.
May I move to the web?
Yes.
I recall on cross-examination, Mr. Gosson acted an arrest warrant. What is the burden, the standard for an arrest warrant?
He said probable cause was the lowest.
He said that was
Yes.
very low.
Yes, sir.
Do you put all information that you have in an affidavit for an arrest warrant?
No, sir.
Is the information and investigation complete at all at the point in time you decided to walk this warrant?
No, sir. We're still going.
In fact, before writing the warrant, where had you come from?
I had met with the victim's family.
Did you learn information about Melissa Perez's criminal history?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you learned about it?
Yes.
As your investigation progressed, did you investigate her criminal history?
Yes, I did.
Did you submit that with the final report?
It was submitted with everything I sent over to your office, sir.
That included all the witness statements?
All the statements, yes, sir.
Do you remember approximately how many criminal incidents from Melissa Perez's past did you submit?
Off the top of my head, I'd be guessing, I can't remember right, 10 to 15, I can't remember. Yeah.
Do you know if aside from the statements that you said you would conclude she might have mental problems, do you know if that information was known by any of the 15 officers at the apartment at 2 in the morning, just June 23rd, 2023?
Well, for sure, it was done by the 3 officers that were there early, and then obviously on the incident detail report, they could have got information to kind of gather and make an assumption of what could possibly be in there, a person with mental health problems.
So at the time they acted, they had the information in front of them.
I'm going to object. The witness said they could make an assumption, and he's saying that it's a fact. But for all the officers, and that's a mistake with this witness's testimony.
You can refer it.
Okay? So you remember on cross-examination, I believe it was Ms. Fuentes asked you about all of her criminal past, her drug use.
Yeah,
Recall
yes, sir.
that?
I recall that.
From your knowledge of how this incident laid out, Was any of that available to the officers at the location?
And object, the statement is overbroad. Is that any of that? What is any of that?
I will clarify, Judge. The offense reports about Miss Melissa Perez's criminal past. From your knowledge of this investigation and what played out at the scene, did those officers have that information?
They did not have it. Oh, no, sir.
Thanks. Did they have, aside from what the IDR listed as possibly intox, did they have information about drug use?
No, sir.
But these were a collection of experienced police officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they have expertise, street expertise developed from their respective time on the street?
Yes, sir. They gained experience from their time in the street. Yes, sir.
Referring to what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 2, Officer Alejandro's body cam, and I want to go to just a minute, Your Honor. I'm going to move to approximately 01:53:56.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Shit is crazy, bro.
Pause. Now, on direct yesterday, you testified that this was Officer Alejandro's statement. On cross, Mr. Cifuentes suggested it was Officer Gomez's.
Yes, sir. I recall that. Yes, sir.
Would move to refer to what's admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 9, and I want to go to that same point in time on Officer Gomez's body cam of 1:53:56.
Do something I want to Yeah, that makes sense.
And did you hear that statement? What was that statement?
That chick's crazy.
Okay. And now this is Officer Gomez.
Correct.
Did it sound off in the distance to him?
It sounded off in the distance. Yes, sir.
Okay. And just for the last time to be sure, I want to go back to Alejandro's statement at that same point in time.
All right, Judge, if he is trying to suggest that Bug said that, that's ridiculous. Bug did not say that statement, and I'd like to take the witness on board diary.
Especially since they're not calling Vince Gomez. If they called Vince Gomez, they could definitively show that. They're just misleading this jury.
If I can board diary the witness, he cannot differentiate between those voices. He's barely been able to differentiate between the people on these videos for the last 2 days.
All right, let me ask this thing. You want to persist?
Your Honor, I'm simply saying it came out on direct. He identified the Officer Alejandro. On cross, Mr. Cifuentes said it was actually Officer Gomez. I am simply replaying both statements and asking this witness who he believes actually said it.
And that's why I want to board diary.
All right,
There's no way.
You can board up.
Detective Soto, you cannot tell the difference between whose voice that was, and you can't recognize that voice.
I assumed it. To me, it sounded like Alejandro.
Another
That's all.
assumption, but I'm talking about a fact.
That's all I'm saying. I can't say because I can't see who was talking. You're right, sir. I can't say that.
You cannot say it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I've been listening to him for years talking. I know it's not him, right? And so you have.
Objection, now counsel is testifying.
I'm just pointing. Your Honor, what I'm saying is somebody who has experience with him and have talked to him for a long time may be able to recognize his voice better than you, right?
I'm just basing it on listening to him talk on the body cam, sir. That's all.
I understand, and that's it.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly, yes, sir.
And you cannot differentiate or tell who said that.
We don't see you saying it, sir. That's all.
And so you were making an assumption, and that's when you testified.
But that's what I said yesterday. I believed it was him. Yes, sir.
Judge, we object under 403. It would be extremely prejudicial to allow somebody to speculate on a statement such as this the state is trying to use to suggest that he understood or knew that she had mental health problems.
And there's another grounds that I'd like to put on the record as we can approach.
Okay, good job and approve.
The statement,
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't get my objection. You may have pulled it from the bench, but I didn't hear it. It was under 403 that he cannot testify to that.
All right, so I'll conduct a 403 and I'll sustain that objection.
the statement that is on both cameras, is it louder and clearer on one more so than the other?
Yes, sir, I can say that, yes, sir.
Which of the two exhibits is it louder and clearest on?
Judge, the objection is not relevant under 403. It doesn't further the inquiry that the state seeks to push.
It does further my inquiry.
All right, I'll conduct a 403 overrule.
Okay. And what is the answer? Is it louder and clearer on one of the two?
It is louder, sir, on
who?
On Eleazar's, sir.
And the jury has heard testimony that he was a trained hostage negotiator.
Yes, sir.
As you testified from the information in the body cam, you would have concerns for what if you were on?
Just like I testified yesterday, just to me it would seem reasonable for him to understand, hey, if that was him that said that, especially just recognizing the whole totality of the situation.
This is gibberish and nonsense and doesn't respond to the question. The question even doesn't make reference to a time in reference to the conduct that's alleged in the indictment. So it's an improper question in that regards. So it's non-responsive to.
And Your Honor, we agree with that. He's also making another assumption in the answer, which is if it were him that said that, and the whole reason for the 403 is that he has no clue if it's him. And in fact, there's evidence that it's not him. So we're asking again that he not speculate, and that they not try to use this thing like weirdly when he is testified in front of all them that he cannot tell the difference in the voices to act like it's him, because that is prejudicial.
And essentially what the state is going to do at the end of the trial is ask the jurors to make a decision based upon speculation, and assumption. And that when you have so many levels of speculation and assumption, it can't be relevant.
Your Honor, and again, the evidence is in, and I am simply exploring what Defendant Alejandro put in his statement, which is in evidence. What should be done with that information?
Okay, so you could ask that particular question.
That statement, she crazy. How should that factor in the totality of the circumstances of this incident?
Judge, that's interjecting a different variable in what he represented he was going to ask of this witness. What should be done is one thing, but what should be done in the totality of the circumstances, that makes no sense.
All right. So again, we have repeatedly stated, as happened in cross-examination, we had to consider the totality of the circumstances. I am pointing out that this issue, is this woman crazy? Is she possibly having a mental health issue? How should that factor in the totality of the circumstances of what occurred? That is the question I asked the detective.
Well, the totality of the circumstances addresses the use of force at the time that's necessary, and whether someone's mentally ill or not. If a mentally ill person is going to kill you or a sane person is going to kill you, it makes no difference in the totality of the circumstances whether you defend yourself.
Your Honor, I believe the words mean what the words mean. Totality. Within the totality of the circumstances, how should that concern about this chick being crazy, how should that affect a plan?
It should affect the plan because
I'm going to object to any discussion about the plan because essentially what they're doing is asking this jury to make a decision in violation of Texas Penal Code Statute 6.4, which deals with causation, which we briefed the court about, and also the Supreme Court of the United States has rejected the concept of officer-created danger or that tactics can vitiate justification. So it's going to mislead the jury on what the law is, and not only will it mislead the jury on the law, but would permit them to make a decision based upon what's not relevant. And under 401, 402, 403, we'd ask that it be excluded. And this witness is not competent as an expert to testify about tactics vitiating justification.
And, Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
Cross-examination of this witness before the break, particularly in the last stanza, everything that occurred once the plan was executed was asked in the context in the totality of the circumstances. What does this mean? In the totality of the circumstances, when the angle of the arm went from here across the body, that was all asked. I am, as the court has already ruled, the words totality of the circumstances mean what they mean, and I am exploring the state's theory with this witness and this line of questioning.
I'll allow you to do that.
So, Detective Soto, I'll ask again. Under the totality of the circumstances, well, let me ask a critical question. Are these events that we are talking about now at 1:57, what was the time,
153:56.
1:53:56. That's just under 10 minutes before the plan and execution.
yes, sir.
So, with this concern about is this chick crazy, should that be a factor in the plan?
Yes, it should be a factor.
The May I approach Winshire? And do you have a copy of the incident detail report?
Yes, sir.
Hang on. Yeah, no, me neither. And apologize, court, I have difficulty getting this straight on. Go. what was the unit call from the IDR? What is the unit call sign for Sergeant Flores? It's 6300.
I'm trying to find it.
Charlie.
Yes, 6300 Charlie.
Okay. What time did Sergeant Flores arrive at the location?
Looks like he arrived at 1:45:45.
And he spent some time out of the perimeter talking to Officer Salinas. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
For Officer Villalobos, what time did, Officer Alejandro, what time did he arrive?
60. Tango. Looks like he arrived at 1:51:46.
Officer Villalobos?
Villalobos. No, that was Alejandro.
I'm sorry, Alejandro,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, now. Look at this 151. Now, Officer Thompson and Officers Villalobos, they were in the same patrol unit, right?
Yes, sir. They were
What is
double
their, find their call sign and tell me what time the IDR says they arrived.
6351 Tango. Looks like it shows here at 2:27:08.
The IDR shows they arrived on scene at 2:27.
08.
Could you, for a moment, I want you to publish Officer Villalobos' body cam. States Exhibit 3. Zip forward. So, just pause. And let it play. I want to see when they get out of the unit. Pause. And so for the record, we've had States Exhibit 3, which has been published. Officer Villalobos and his partner are on ground at 01:47:09. But the document, the automated document, shows they don't arrive until what time?
2:27:08.
Those type of errors, have you seen them happen in your career with SAPD and the documents automated systems?
Oh, yes, sir, they have.
And did anybody do anything wrong? Or is it just a glitch?
It's just a glitch, sir. Happens.
When you were earlier asked about Officer Salinas' first segment of his body cam, who is it that downloads Officer Salinas' body cam?
He would have downloaded it.
Right. Did some neurons get crossed so it didn't get saved with this case?
Yes, sir, something happened.
He has no expertise in the computer system, how Axon uploads or downloads. He's not qualified, he hasn't made accredited for him to know. And he said he doesn't know where that segment is. He doesn't know that it was, they failed to tag it and that it's still in the system somewhere. So he can't testify.
I'll just ask a question. Did you do anything to mislabel when Officers Thompson and Villalobos arrived by the IDR document?
No, sir.
Did you do anything, aside from not finding it, to cause Officer Salinas' first segment to not be retained?
No, sir.
I'll move on.
He would object to his characterization that it was not retained because he doesn't know that it was not retained. So I'd ask that that be stricken.
All right, I'll overrule. But we know that Officer Villalobos is on the ground at 01:47.
Yes, sir.
already have seen testimony that on or about 151, Sergeant Flores engaged with Melissa Perez. It's right before Officer Alejandro arrived.
Yes, sir.
And was seen and published that on or about 153 is when Officer Villalobos jumps the rail to the patio. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And what does Melissa Perez do when Officer Villalobos jumps the rail and approaches her window?
I mean, she goes right there. She goes right to the window.
And do you recall at about 1:55, several officers are conferring with Sergeant Flores and they're talking tactics?
Yes, sir.
There's Officer Thompson there, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Villalobos says she was ready to fight me.
Yes.
Do you recall that? Is he referring to her reaction when he approached the rail?
Yes, sir.
And then approximately (1:57). That's Officer Villalobos' statement. Go to approximately Villalobos. Yeah, it's already admitted State's Exhibit. No, I'm sorry, his video, his body-worn camera. States 3. I want to go to, just a minute. Approximately 1:57:49.
Stays there without reaching for the hammer, the door's unlocked. Yeah, they just wait for someone to get here with it. That was the case, I could just open the door and grab her. She doesn't go for the hammer right away, I could just go and tap her. It's on the couch. It's a good bit away from her. She won't have enough time to get it if she stays at the door. But whatever, I'm just saying I can get her from opening the door. And we knew that it's something because I didn't lock it. Okay, yeah.
So I'm asking you to come out and
I was able to reach in, I was able to unlock it.
okay? I didn't say you were going. I just saw you already in his face along with mine, and then turning my screen door. That's what I'm...
And so, the conversation between Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores. What happens as a result of that conversation?
Judge, I want to object. This is cumulative. I don't know how many times he's played this video and other videos where the same conversation is played out, and also how many times the jurors have seen the same conduct play out. This is cumulative, repetitive, and not relevant, and it's not going to further the inquiry. All this is doing is trying to rehash testimony.
Your Honor, after approximately 12 hours of cross-examination, I am simply going back to the state's theory and the approach and the plan as it was executed.
And the approach and the plan is not relevant to the issue of justification. tactics, an approach, and a plan does not vitiate Chapter 9 of the Penal Code of inherent danger, because the plans happened 10, 15 minutes before the alleged conduct, and use of force is fluid. They cannot say that the tactics caused Ms. Perez to use illegal deadly force against the officers, and the courts have never said that there's a concept called officer-created danger or bad tactics.
Your Honor, and I have not used the term Mr. Flores just cited. I note that this plan appears to have changed 4 minutes, correction, 2 minutes, I was wrong, 4 minutes before the plan is executed. It goes to the totality of the circumstances about the plan and results.
And the totality of circumstances does not relate to the plan. The totality of the circumstances relates to the officer's decision to use force. So he's misstating what the law is and what the definition of totality of circumstances is. And again, we assert this is cumulative, repetitive, and doesn't further the inquiry in any shape, form, or fashion.
It goes
And
direct.
the court has discretion to control the mode of interrogation, and when the matter becomes cumulative, the court can cut short the testimony elicited.
And again, Your Honor, I am moving towards, again, totality of the circumstances, and it goes directly to what we understand to be the claim, self-defense, and the paragraphs within that statute.
All right, I'm looking at the question that was asked. I'll let you rephrase your question.
Can I have a readback question before the objection?
1 second. Question, and so the conversation between Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores, what happens as a result of that conversation?
So, after Officer Villalobos and Sergeant Flores had their conversation, where did the parties move? What position did they move to?
I think right after that they went toward the, I can't remember if they met, if Flores met with the other sergeants at that point or not. I think that's when they moved toward the railing.
Okay. And who specifically moved to the rail?
He had Alejandro there, and then Villalobos and Sergeant Flores.
Okay. Was Officer Thompson there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. And right here. So at 2:01:23 from Officer Villalobos' body cam, what is Sergeant Flores doing here?
This lady's telling everybody to kind of get back.
What?
That's ridiculous. I'm asking you what's going on.
Is he executing his plan?
Yes, now he's coming up and they're going to execute the plan they talked about.
Where? Tell me where they're at. Well, tell me where they're at so we can make sure we get that as evidence. I got plenty of evidence. Exactly, and now we like to see that because we're in the wrong. Hey, so if we have all this evidence, you ain't got.
And for the record, we paused at 02:01:59. Where is Officer Villalobos positioned at this point?
He is jumping over the railing at this time.
And what is Melissa Perez doing?
She is right there. She sees him coming and she's already telling him, stop. It's like she's already being aggressive, showing her aggression right there.
All right. Do you see her right? Can you see where her right hand is?
Yes, sir.
Where is that? Where's her right hand?
It's on top of the TV there, sir.
And what is she doing with her left hand?
She's pointing. She's pointing at Officer Villalobos.
From your vantage point, is she aware of the approach?
Yes, she is.
I'm going to object to speculation as to state of mind of another. This is improper.
I did not ask state of mind. I asked from his vantage of the video. I asked, does she appear to be aware?
No, he said, is she aware?
I will rephrase, Your Honor.
And so, and besides, it's an improper question, no matter how it's phrased. And it's irrelevant to the issue of the officers having the lawful right to make an arrest. And there's no need for a warrant, and this issue has already been resolved by the court. And what counsel is trying to do is to suggest that the officer's conduct is illegal, which the court has already instructed the jurors to disregard the need for a warrant.
Your Honor, I did not use that term.
Well, that's what he's suggesting, Your Honor, and we would ask that we hash this out outside the presence of the jury, or that counsel be instructed to stop this behavior.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to give you a break. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All right to the jury? Whether there was a need for a warrant. And I know that Christian and Tom have written down what your instruction was, and they'll better be able to address than me what that instruction was. But essentially, what counsel is trying to do for the state is through the back door violate that instruction by suggesting that their conduct was illegal and they should have gotten a warrant, they should not have made an attempt to an arrest, and by criticizing tactics and through the back door they're trying to argue that the officer's conduct was illegal and this is improper. And when we filed our objection to their experts, we argued before the court that Texas Penal Code Section 6.04 deals with causation. And what they're attempting to do is to suggest that the officer's tactics caused Melissa Perez to engage in illegal conduct, and therefore somehow or another that justifies her illegal conduct, and that somehow or another the Castle Doctrine applies. This is improper, and improperly shifts the burden of proof upon the defense and tries to recodify Chapter 9 of justification and impose requirements and limitations that don't exist in Chapter 9. And by attempting to recodify Chapter 9, it's changing the burden of proof, and that is improper because the state has the burden of disproving every defense available to these three defendants, and by changing that burden of proof by adding extra elements that we have to prove is improper. And I would ask that my colleagues join in on this and explain to the court why it's improper.
Well, I just want to put on the record, Judge, interject also. Under 9.51, we're talking about the reasonable belief of these police officers. There is no duty to retreat, which they keep trying to bring up with this detective talking about other alternatives, and he thought, maybe, what was the driving force? They are not going to get a charge on anything about a driving force or alternative tactics because there is no law to support that. The law of the land is, at the moment the deadly force was required, was it reasonable? That's the only issue. 9.51 talks about the reasonable belief of law enforcement. It's specifically for law enforcement, and it specifically says there is no duty to retreat when somebody's life is in danger. And in this case, it's been all of these officers plus an additional one that were endangered. And now they're trying to circumvent by going into the provocation issue, which the court already said they couldn't get into, when the fact of the matter is that Ms. Perez was the one provoking these officers who were trying to conduct a legal arrest. And so this is just all backdoor. This is so confusing for the jury because there will not be a charge on tactics or alternative measures or anything else this detective wants to dream up at this point. It's prejudicial, it's confusing, and the court has already ruled, I don't know how many times, on the fact that they cannot try to get into an illegal arrest, and the court has ruled that a warrant was not required.
Your Honor, Mr. Del Prado cites 951. It's arrest and search. It's not defensive person, deadly force in defensive person. Two different statutes. If they want to rely on 951, as he's citing here, it's not presently in the proposed jury charge. But we welcome it to come in the proposed jury charge. It is more applicable, it's more specific to the facts of this case. But what they're leaning on and what they're arguing for is 941. And 941.
That's what y'all are arguing for that.
932.
931 and 932. That's what they're arguing for. And 931 and 932 contain this provision of you cannot provoke the difficulty. Okay? It says you cannot provoke the confrontation. It's that you can't create your own danger with the pretext of we're going to do this so that she responds in such a way that we can act with deadly force. That's what 931 and 932 say. 941 or 951 that Mr. Del Prado cited doesn't have that provision. And if they want to rely on 951, then we don't get the provoking the difficulty. I understand that. But if they're going to rely on 931 and 932, provoking the difficulties in there, and we're certainly allowed to, but at least present the facts in such a way to establish whether or not the court will allow an instruction that ultimately based on the facts that you hear.
Judge, if I can respond just briefly, and I've talked about this on provoking difficulty. These men have been slandered enough. Provoking the difficulty, and what Mr. Lunan is suggesting, is that they want to try to prove that they provoked her with the intent to shoot and kill her. That's what provoking the difficulty requires. That they were doing this so that they had a justification or an excuse to kill her. So like in the movie Shane, where he throws the gun down at the guy's feet and tells him to pick up the gun, and the second the guy picks up the gun, he shoots him and says, y'all all saw he had a gun. That's provoking the difficulty. But that, the hearts of these men would have to be so black as to do what Mr. Lunan is now trying to accuse them of doing, which is to provoke her, to give them an excuse like they're bloodthirsty to kill her. And it is one of the most overturned issues that we have in our criminal justice system, I am confident that the court will never find that they have presented any evidence that these officers were provoking her to give them an excuse to kill her. And so I think that because the court knows that that's where they're going, it violates their due process to let them even try to make that argument. They should only be making arguments that they have a good faith basis to believe exist. And I don't know that they've ever said that they have a good faith basis to believe that the hearts of these men were so deplorable and depraved that they were provoking her with the intent to kill her. That's what they were intending to do. They wanted to get her with that hammer next to their head so they had an excuse to shoot her. And it's a slanderous allegation, and there's no good faith basis to believe that. This officer that they're trying to get that through has already testified that they did not have any intent to kill her. They did not have any intent to hurt her, according to him, because he is at least the one thing he has done is treated them like human beings and not like monsters. But the state is now treating them like monsters, and to me, it gets to the point when you have something like this, and provoking the difficulty is such a dangerous thing, that if there is not a shred of evidence of that, then they should not be able to try to present that, because it's not going in this charge. It will not. I know the court will not let it unless the court believes that they've been able to present some evidence that these men were doing that with the intent to kill her. So with that, that's our objection, and we would object to anything further.
And I just want to add one other thing, well, two actually. Using their logic, provoking the difficulty every time a San Antonio police officer from now on, using the state's argument, goes out to make an arrest, then the defense is going to be able to say, well, you provoked me. You provoked this difficulty by taking me or attempting to take me under arrest. And then the second thing is, I don't know where Mr. Lunan is getting this idea that we're required to pick one provision of Chapter 9 to rely on. The law says we're entitled to rely on any defense that the evidence raises that we're entitled to rely on. So we don't have to say, oh, we're going with this one. I don't know where he's getting this interpretation of the law, but that is certainly not the law. We're entitled in the charge to get a charge on any specific defense that is raised by the evidence.
Just further on Mr. Goss's position, which we all agree with, they have to have, under what the court is saying, every single one of the officers out there in the scene have to be part of this plan to provoke the difficulty. Every single officer is trying to effectuate an arrest here. There's no way it applies to these 3 men, much less applies to all 15 officers, Judge. It's just insane.
Your Honor, in the video, it's clear on the audio that Sergeant Flores says, moments before they go in, he says, if she grabs the hammer, do what you gotta do. Okay? That's not in every provoking the difficulty case where an officer, Sergeant Flores, has already seen how she responds to people trying to enter in the apartment multiple times and heard about it. Now, the ones he didn't see, heard about it other times, and knowing exactly how she would respond, generates a plan and tells the officers, essentially, we know what she's going to do. If she grabs the hammer and comes at us, do what you gotta do.
That is so disingenuous.
It's
insane.
Your Honor, they don't like the fact. They don't like that. It has nothing to do with intent to kill. It has to do with we're willing to shoot her. We're willing to shoot her. We're willing to use deadly force.
Give her a hug. I mean, are we insane? If she would have picked up a knife, a shovel, a gun, do what you have to do. Defend yourself. 932. I mean, David has never made this argument before, Judge.
I've never had officers kill somebody in broad daylight or broad nighttime.
There's never been officer-involved shooting where someone's passed away? Of course there hasn't been, David. Of course there hasn't been. I mean, we work together, we review cases like that. He knows that. This is a disingenuous argument that I'm shocked that David Lunan is making before this court.
All right, let me hear the state.
Your Honor, again, the evidence that the defense wanted in, the jury sees it. There is a discernible pattern. They approach the window. Perez reacts. Numerous times it is played out. In the execution, they pause entry. Would a reasonable officer consider that and adjust the plan that goes into the totality of circumstances? We are literally 10 seconds before the first round's fired. I am simply addressing under the totality of the circumstances, addressing the plan. That is all I'm doing with this line of questioning and the evidence that is before the jury already.
And Your Honor, this witness has no expertise to comment on tactics. They did not give us notice that he was a tactical expert.
You've identified him.
Since they did not give us notice that he was a tactical expert, he cannot testify about tactics, good or bad, irrespective of the other arguments we've raised. And so this is just a backdoor way to violate the court's instruction to the jury that they shall not consider the need for a warrant. And this is a backhanded way to slip in the back door what the state has already been prohibited from doing.
Your Honor, I have made no such intimation about a warrant. The court has ruled it is very clear. I am looking at and presenting the evidence that is already in front of the jury. I am pointing out what the defendants articulated in mouth to each other and their execution in the totality of the circumstances. That phrase, it's a fact, Judge. I don't know any other way to drive around it. It is a fact.
And there's missing information to suggest that they know what the plan was is disingenuous because what we see and hear is that the body camera was muted for approximately a minute or so, and so we don't know what was said, and this witness has indicated that he does not know what was said.
Judge, I think you know where you're at anyway, Judge. The bottom line is, this officer, this detective, whatever, this testified, he didn't know what the hell was going on, he doesn't know what their intent was. And so they could easily call all these other witnesses. Call Maria Salinas, guys. Call Dylan. Call Thompson. Call all of them. Call Gomez. They don't want to do that. Why? Because they know the truth. This is disingenuous. I think we know where the court's at, Judge. There's no good faith basis to even make an argument for provoking the difficulty, knowing the case law, but knowing these facts. They're knowing these facts. So we'll reserve our to your judgment, Judge.
All right, I'll let the Senate make one more, and then I'm giving you an opportunity to make a complete record.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
Yes. State?
Your Honor, and again, the evidence has been clear. It's discussed by, in conference with Flores, Thompson, Defendant Villalobos points out she was going to come right at me. It's realized. It is recognized. It is as Mr. Lunan laid out under self-defense in 932, it is there as to inducing her response. As to this officer being, we haven't noticed him as a expert, no, but this issue and this plan was covered in cross with these very lawyers. We note that defense put him on their list as an expert. That's listed in the filings. It's an expert. I don't recall it was specific as to what part of the science. Again, Judge, under the facts before the jury, I am simply laying out, this pause right here. Not only would a reasonable officer rethink their approach. That will be for the trier of fact, ultimately, when they get the final charge.
All right, so we've discussed provoking the difficulty ad nauseum. Right? I mean, before this line of questioning started, I almost sustained a defense objection to it being cumulative. But we've talked about provoking the difficulty. I'm going to just zero in and I'll sustain Mr. Goss's specific objection. All right. Anything else?
Have a moment to...
Yeah, let's take a short break and then we'll bring the jury back. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Where we left off state, we were to redirect.
Madam Court Reporter, could you read back the last question?
Judge, I think we object to that last question, so do object to it again being read.
All right, I would, the question before that, I got where I was.
1 second.
So, Your Honor, I think I can caught up now, can proceed.
Okay.
So, on the still Officer Villalobos' body cam, what is the time present?
2:01:59.
And you recall from the body cam, how long was he paused here?
A second.
Two oh one 59. And from your page 57 of your prosecution guide.
Yes, sir.
You look at item 14.
Item 14, yes, sir.
And what time are the first rounds fired?
2:02:07, sir.
So, between the first arrival on scene, approximately 01:46,
Yes, sir.
through shots fired, how much time elapsed?
It's about 16 minutes.
What is this in contrast? How much time did you put into your arrest warrant?
I believe we came up for like 13 hours.
Judge, I'm not object to that misstatement. He said he didn't start working on it until 2:30. And the warrant was signed 4 hours later. So that's a misstatement.
All right, you have the ability to cross.
Did the work you started when you took the statements, was that included in your warrant?
Yes, sir.
And you started the statements, I recall Officer Alejandro's statement was completed approximately 7:56?
I think 7:36, I think.
7:36. So approximately 15 to 16 hours? Total time between when you started with the statements and you got to the warrant?
Yes.
At approximately 15 to 16 hours?
16 hours, yes, sir, when it was signed.
cross-examination, you were asked about what defense termed the lack of detail or information in your warrant.
Yes, sir.
Is there a different standard, higher than probable cause, for officers in officer-involved shootings than the regular process for a warrant?
No, sir.
And as an investigator, are the facts that officers knew at the time of the force, is that important to your evaluation?
Yes, sir.
I believe on cross-examination with Mr. Nesbitt, when he went over the factors in the totality of the circumstances, she considered whether or not she cut wires. You recall him asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Along with the time of night for residents, the risk of fire, signs of impairment or aggressiveness, violence. Was she using the environment to conceal weapons or hands? Did she arm herself? Her success in throwing objects? Would you consider her response to officers' previous tactics? Would that also be a factor?
Yes, sir.
How old was Ms. Perez at the time of her death?
Oh, I think she was 39, but I can check, make sure. Let's see here. 46, I'm sorry, sir, 46.
What was her size, dimensions? How tall was she?
I don't have it here on this, let me check right here, hold on. No, I don't have it on here, sir, sorry.
Apologize, Your Honor. On cross-examination with Mr. Cifuentes, you used Officer Alejandro. You call that line of questioning?
With concerning Officer Alejandro?
He literally had him standing up, and he, much as they measured Officer Villalobos' shoulders to establish a approximation of the opening in the window, I recall he, tell me if this is what you remember, said that Officer Alejandro was approximately 5 foot 1 inches tall.
I thought he said 5 foot, but it could be, he could have said 5 foot.
5 foot.
Yeah.
And is that approximately Melissa Perez's height?
Yeah, she could be around that height.
Judge, we'll stipulate, that sergeant testified too, he can feed the officer whatever he wants to feed him. As far as the dimensions, we'll stipulate.
I thank counsel for his grace. No further questions, I will pass the witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Detective Soto, do you still have Exhibit 1 up there with you, the IDR?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, because I think when you were reading off of that to the jury, you pointed to one notation in the IDR that said white female, I guess sleeveless shirt, cut fire alarm wires, saying she owns the complex, possibly intoxicated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your mind, that is a red flag to you that she was suffering from mental health issues?
To me, it's just it's an indication that she could be suffering from mental health.
I mean, it could, but really what it says is possibly intoxicated. So what an officer or somebody reading that would assume first, you would assume, is that the person is intoxicated.
Could possibly be intoxicated, yes, sir.
Because intoxication is, somebody who is severely intoxicated, and you agree that she was.
Yes, sir, she was. Yes.
Very, very drunk.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Somebody who's very, very drunk can say things that don't make sense.
They can, yes, sir.
Right. They can do things that don't make sense.
Yes, sir.
Right. So what you were reading in the IDR were literally the words intoxication, not mental health issue, right?
I'm just referring to the saying something like she owns the complex, cut the alarm wires. Yeah.
Right. There's nothing to say that she doesn't. I mean, if she owned the complex and got real drunk out there, then she could own the complex and be just really drunk and acting crazy.
There's no indication on that. It doesn't say. Yes, sir.
Well, right. So I guess my point is that would be a pretty poor thing to base your estimation on, that she was suffering from a mental health issue.
I've gone to many calls, sir. Seen a lot of key cards like this, and it's just on my experience, that's what I've seen. That's why I would assume that. Yes, sir.
All right. And we determined that you would assume that. You would assume when you saw that she was intoxicated, or possibly intoxicated, and you know now that she was very intoxicated. When you see intoxication, you assume mental health problem.
I know, it's just one of the factors, sir.
Okay. This term like "this chick is crazy," I think we've established that there's no way you can tell this jury that Bug said that.
I cannot tell you for sure, sir. No, I can't.
Okay. And if you can't tell this jury, and all you can do is make an assumption that he said it, you would agree that that assumption doesn't hold a whole lot of value as to whether or not he said it, right?
Yes, sir, because I can't tell you for sure if he said it. Yes, sir.
Because assumptions don't hold a whole lot of value. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, but let's take the statement. So let's change it a little bit. This chick is crazy. Now, this chick is crazy drunk, right? Because you could look at somebody who's very intoxicated and go, this chick is crazy, right?
You could, sir. Yes, sir.
This chick is crazy high on meth.
Yes, sir, you could. Yes.
Right, because being high on meth or being very drunk can make you look and act crazy.
Yes, sir. It changes your behavior. Yes, sir.
You know, and I'm using the word crazy not because I'm trying to denigrate anybody with a mental health issue, but I'm using the words that we're talking about that were on the body cam. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this chick decided to not take her medicine anymore, and now she's attempting to kill the police officers. Right, like that could be interpreted by maybe one of these officers at the scene as crazy.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Definitely can.
But one thing I want to get down, once and for all, looking at that IDR. Well, let's go to this real quick. Because I think we've talked about a mental health call, but we really haven't defined it yet. I want to define it. A mental health call, in your understanding, is somebody who's having a mental health issue, and only a mental health issue. And police are being called because they're acting in a way that could be harmful to themselves or others, right?
Yes, sir. They'll tag the call, and based on the information they got, they'll tag it if they know for sure. Yes, sir.
Right, they'll tag it as somebody, this is a mental health issue. Now, you agree 100% on that IDR, that there's no tag that says that this is a mental health issue.
No, sir.
Okay. And then you will also agree 100% on the IDR, by the time they got out there, the call was for an officer in trouble.
Yes, that's what they were responding to, sir. Yes, sir.
They were responding to an officer in trouble. They were not responding to a woman who's having mental health issues.
They were responding to an officer in trouble. Yes, sir.
Right. And you know, because we've shown and we've all seen the videos, they were responding to an officer in trouble because Melissa Perez tried to kill him with that hammer.
She came at him with the hammer, threw the candle at him. Yes, sir.
Well, but remember, in the terms of the E-tone, the E-tone went out. It went out before she threw the camera. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because the reason the E-tone went out, and honestly, I'll have to say this about that dispatch, because Officer Salinas he didn't press his button for the E-tone.
Correct.
He said, "I got one at gunpoint," and that dispatcher immediately pressed the E-tone.
Yes, sir. That's what they do. Yes, sir.
Right. Because that's a person, a competent person who is charged with helping and defending police officers as well as dispatching you guys to scenes. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Because she knows, or he knows, I don't know who the dispatcher was, but he or she who is dispatching knows once an officer has communicated that she needs to get people there as soon as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about why he had her at gunpoint. He did not have her at gunpoint because she threw a candle at him. He had her at gunpoint because she tried to kill him with a hammer.
Right before that, yes, sir, she had the hammer.
But you're saying she had the hammer, but we saw what she was doing with it. She was swinging the hammer as she could in the spot where his head just was.
Yes, sir. You're correct. Yes.
Okay. You would agree that that is a homicidal attack?
If she hits him with that, yes, sir. She can cause serious bodily injury with that. Yes, sir. Or death. Yes, sir.
Right. And so she is acting. And so as an attack, that is a homicidal attack. Is an attack with the intent to kill or seriously hurt.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, because they've left her picture up. Obviously, she didn't look like that, but they've left her picture up probably to garner sympathy. And I don't say that I don't have sympathy, but I do want to talk about where my sympathies lie is with the people who had to deal with what was going on that night. And that woman on that picture tried to kill a police officer before they arrived. Do you agree with that?
She swung a hammer at his head. Yes, sir.
Right.
While he was coming in her apartment. Yes, sir.
And anybody who looks at that scenario and that situation is that woman tried to hit that police officer in the head with a hammer, which could seriously injure or kill him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, may I approach the demonstrator?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So I just want to memorialize this. So, you would agree, no officer, but especially those three, that no officer was responding to a mental health call on this incident.
Yes, it was a disturbance, sir, initially.
Right.
agree here, is that accurate as to what we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So anyone who has said or reported or tried to intimate that this was a mental health call, you would agree that that would not be a correct statement?
It wasn't on the listing for the call, yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Now, you also have Officer Rojas, and we discussed it, did. Now, IDR, woman cut wires, said she owns building, possibly intoxicated. That's what any officer who looked at their MDT would be able to say.
Yes, sir.
Officer Rojas, and all of us agree, Officer Rojas did get a pretty clear indication that she was suffering from mental health issues based upon what she was saying to him. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
FBI listening to me through the wires. I was kidnapped by the cartel. I'm the daughter of Elvis. Those are the type of things that would get any reasonable officer to say, all right, this is a person suffering from a mental health problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it has been suggested, all the way back with Officer Rojas, that that Officer Rojas knew the most about Melissa Perez because he had talked to her first. And that nobody, Sergeant Flores, Officer Villalobos, Bug, nobody went to her or went to him and said, hey, tell us what you know about Melissa Perez. And so you weren't here for that. But you would agree with me that if you have information as a police officer, if you have information you think is relevant, it's your job to go to Sergeant Flores and tell him what that is, right?
I agree, sir.
Right, because you wouldn't have Sergeant Flores going around asking anybody, hey, y'all, what information do you have? Are you sure you don't have this? And we know that that's true because the second Officer Villalobos unlocked the door, or thought he did. He went to Sergeant Flores and said, the door's unlocked.
Yes, sir.
And actually, he told other people, and other people are also, what we call passing it back. They're making sure that, okay, everybody is clear that this is now the new situation. Villalobos got the door unlocked, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you're supposed to do. So it had been Rojas's job to go to Sergeant Flores or to go to one of the other two sergeants that were out there. And by the way, the other two sergeants out there, 3 total sergeants, right? 3 people with supervisory capacity over all of the patrol officers there.
Yes, sir. 3 sergeants.
3 sergeants that outranked every other officer out there.
Yes.
Okay. 3 sergeants, honestly, that outrank you.
They do, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So, 3 sergeants. Of all 3 sergeants, there was not one sergeant that went to Flores and said, "Hey, man, I don't know what you should. I don't like this plan, or I don't know what you're doing." You would agree with that?
If we didn't hear it, we don't know it was talked about in that muted meeting they had. Yes, sir.
Right. But I mean, you also didn't go back to any of these sergeants and say, "Hey, man, did you have a problem with that plan? Did you have an issue? Did you raise an objection to Sergeant Flores?" You never talked to them about it.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So we have 3 sergeants. Sergeant Flores just being one of the 3, and all 3, as far as you know, were on board with going in, getting her, arresting her, and trying to do it in the way that Sergeant Flores and Officer Villalobos eventually tried to do it.
They didn't impede him, so I don't know for sure.
Well, you know that it'd be your job, or any officer's job, if they think that something is wrong, to go and say something or to try to stop that situation from happening.
You would think so, yes, sir.
Right. So, those other sergeants, are they still at SAPD?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. Did they leave because of this thing?
As far as I know, no, they retired, sir.
Right. So, retired with honor and dignity. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the other officers that we talked about, Officer Rojas, he's still at SAPD?
Yes, sir.
All right. Officer Ramos, he's still there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, Officer Ramos, did you see how he behaved?
I did, sir. Yes.
And you knew that it was deplorable?
Yes, sir.
You knew that
I didn't like some of the things he did, sir. Yes.
No, of course not. I don't think any of us did. I mean, if he stirred her up, basically he's kicking a hornet's nest. Did he go and tell Sergeant Flores or Officer Villalobos, "Hey, by the way, I've been beep, 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 and are you hearing voices?" and doing all that? Did he say that he did any of those things to his sergeant or any other sergeant at the scene?
No, sir.
Right. So they go into that not knowing that what Ramos has been doing, and you agree with that.
I can agree with that, yes, sir.
And we go back to these, we go back to the 3 separate incidents. I mean, you have these three, I think, all 3 are still SAPD officers.
They are, sir.
Okay. These three aren't, right? Okay, so, did you see that first call that Officer Villalobos was on? Did you kind of review that, where he was talking and you mentioned the fact that Travis Thompson told him, like, hey, Salinas is in trouble, we gotta go to him, right?
I remember that call, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so what he was trying to do was help that guy, like he was talking to him, he was polite to him, right?
He was very polite, sir. Trying to help him out. Yep.
And he wasn't shining his light in the guy's face.
No, sir, he wasn't.
No. He was acting and behaving as a person who you would be proud to have in uniform as an SAPD officer.
From everything I've seen from Officer Villalobos, he seemed like a good officer. And
Yes.
a very professional officer, yes, sir.
I mean, to be honest, he's a great officer.
Yes, sir.
And he's here, and Officer Ramos is out there on the street, right?
Yes, sir, I understand that, sir, yes.
Yep. So, in talking about, I think what the prosecutor was talking about a little bit, he was talking about the fact that Melissa Perez was reacting when the officers were coming to the window trying to arrest her.
Yes, sir. You saw her instant reaction, yes, sir.
Her instant reaction. So, she back off, they back off, she back off. They try to arrest her, they try to go in, she comes in to attack.
That was her pattern of behavior, yes, sir.
So, and it sounds like what you're saying is she only tried to kill or seriously injure the officers when they were attempting to arrest her.
No, I'm just saying that whenever someone was coming over there when it looked like they might go into the house or try to make an attempt to go in there, that yes, she was going to come. It was repeated. She did that through the night. Yes, sir.
Right. So when Officer Salinas did it, she went and tried to hit him with a hammer.
Yes.
And when Officer Villalobos did it to unlock the door, I know you say you don't agree with it on body cam, but according to Maria Salinas and Vince Gomez, she tried to hit Officer Villalobos with a hammer.
Against her, yes, she came out that window, yes, sir.
And then when they tried the final time, after Officer Villalobos believes the door is unlocked, then that's when she comes again with the hammer.
She's right there at the window and she's telling him, don't do it. She's pointing at him, yes, sir.
Right, and then she comes and she breaks the glass, and that's when Bug fires the first 5 shots.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, after she's been fired upon 5 times, she retreats, and then as we saw Mr. Nisbet go through, I would say second by second, but really most of it was in a second or 2, right?
Yes, sir.
So, really kind of half second by half second. But as she retreats, then she comes back, and then we saw, I don't need to go through it again because he went through it pretty comprehensively, exactly where she was when she was shot and what was happening at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in each of those times, you would agree, you would agree that either you or other officers at the scene believed that she was trying to attack officers with the hammer.
Yes, based on her behavior, that's what she's been doing the whole time, yes, sir.
So it goes back to, so she only tried to kill or seriously injure the officers when they were attempting to arrest her.
When they were trying to go in, yes, sir.
When they were
to try to go arrest her, yes, sir.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, so I've kind of wrote that out. Now, I want us all to look at that statement.
I can see it, sir. I can see it.
She only tried to kill or seriously injure the officers when they were attempting to arrest her. Now, with all due respect, that is one of the silliest things that I've ever seen. Because when they are attempting to try to arrest her, and let's just break it out to anybody, no one in the city of San Antonio, in the county of Bexar, in the state of Texas, no one has the right to resist an officer's arrest using force. You would agree with that?
Correct, unless the force is above what's needed to effect the arrest.
Right, and the force that was being used at the time was Officer Villalobos was using his hand to unlock a door. Officer Salinas was using his body basically just halfway in, so they weren't using any force against her at that time.
Correct, sir.
Right, so especially in this situation, no one has the right to use force against a police officer attempting to arrest him.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, because the idea that, and the prosecutor said it in his opening statement, the idea that there was this pattern of, well, they're trying to arrest, which is provoking homicidal attacks upon them, or which is bringing upon an attack by Melissa Perez. That is, as you understand the law, that is not, you do not have the right to present a homicidal attack on a police officer because you don't want to be arrested. You'd agree with that?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So and I want to go to this door because I'm going to be on the board for a little bit. No, it's okay. Just may I approach the demonstrative room?
Yes.
Because the prosecutor went through the warrant with you. This is your affidavit. And just as a, I guess just as an aside, you have in your affidavit that I guess that these officers committed the offense of murder by a public servant. And you agree that there's no such charge in the penal code as murder by a public servant, right?
Yeah, it doesn't specifically say that, no, sir.
Right, I mean, because it says the penal code offense 1902, murder by a public servant.
You're good, yeah.
Regardless of whether you're a public servant, murder is murder.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But I want to talk about your rationale. So as they went through the affidavit, one of the thing is, I mean, where you put and you said, well, it's probable cause. Did not pose an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death when she was shot because the defendants had a wall, a window blocked by a television, and a locked door between them. That is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Wall. Window blocked by television. Now, I'm looking at your affidavit that you gave to the magistrate. Do you see anywhere in your affidavit that you explained to the magistrate
that this locked door was actually a door made up of 15 or so panes of glass.
No, I just said patio door.
Right, so this door. Right, this door. Solid door.
Yes, sir.
Right. If I tried to hit you with a hammer through this door, I wouldn't hurt you.
I'm not gonna have much luck. No, sir.
Right. I won't hit your door, but I saw it look over. Yeah, sorry. But if you have a hammer on a door like that, the person on the other side, you would agree, they're not going to be reasonable thinking that you're going to be able to hurt or kill them, right?
Correct, sir.
But if you have a hammer on a door made of glass, that hammer goes through the glass, you would agree.
It could possibly go through, yes, sir.
It's an important detail.
Yes, sir.
It is a very important detail because we have three things. A wall, a window blocked by a television, and a locked door between them. So let's talk about the window. You have agreed now that the window was not blocked by the television in a way that would prevent her from throwing something through that window or from acting with her own arm and her body through the window and harming an officer. You agree that the television wasn't blocking that window for her to do that, right?
Yes, sir. We spoke about it yesterday, yes, sir.
Yes, I know. And we'll go through some of these things again because what that means is that rationale for why they were not. For why she did not, with her hammer, pose an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. That rationale is out the window because we know that the window was not blocked by the television in a way that would prevent her from throwing something out of it. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we have the wall and we have the locked door. It was not clarified that it was a locked glass door. So, Ben, can I get that video up? I want to talk about the locked door. The idea of this locked door is that you knew, and you knew at the time that you wrote the affidavit that the door was locked, right?
Yes, because he had to kick it in to get in there. Yes, sir.
You had to kick into it.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, I want to talk about what happened and what he was doing before he kicked into it, because you have agreed with us that Villalobos reasonably believed that the door was unlocked and because he had unlocked it, right?
Yes, sir. He was telling the sergeant and other people that he thought it was open.
Right. And just a point I want to make, because we see in his video when he did what he thought was unlock it. Let's assume that this is the opening of the window here, right? So this is where he's leaning into to come around the door to unlock.
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that when he leaned in and went around to unlock, that he could see what was on the other side of that wall.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because it's a small wall. I mean, it's probably about that wide. So it's a small wall, but when he went around it, he could see what was on the other side of it.
Yes.
Okay. And you may or may not know that that is important because some experts may say you shouldn't shoot through a wall. However, if you know what is on the other side of the wall and what is not, such as a small child or a disabled adult or a dog even, if you know because you have seen what's on the other side of the wall, right? If you decide later to shoot through that wall, at least you have had that ability to see what's on the other side of it. You would agree with that?
Yes, he knew it was on the other side. Yes, sir.
Right. So the wall behind you could be, there could be anything. Sometimes there are jurors back there. Sometimes there are lawyers back there, or judges, or court reporters.
Yes, sir.
And right now, we don't know what's back there. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Additionally, once Villalobos leans in and sees what's on the other side of the wall, the officers all have ability to see into the room. You would agree with that?
Once he looks over, yes, sir.
Right. So, for instance, if a small child did walk in and park himself behind the wall, they could see the child come in and
Yes.
get behind the wall. And we know that that didn't happen, right?
Correct.
So we can safely assume that when Officer Villalobos fired into that wall, he knew what was on the other side of that wall. And what was it?
It was Melissa Perez.
Right, it was
Yes.
Melissa Perez with
Yes.
a hammer,
Yes, sir.
running at his fellow officers at top speed, it looked like, right, from Mr. Nisbet's presentation.
Yes, sir.
And so, are we ready? So I want to talk about the locked door, because that locked door, if an officer has a reasonable belief that it is unlocked, then you agree that he can act and should act and respond as if it is unlocked, right?
Yes, he believes it's unlocked and that's why he's acting, yes.
And the way that Officer Villalobos was acting, as we see here, watch him there. Okay. Now, this is important about that knob. You saw that when Officer Villalobos reached in to unlock, he started with the bottom, with the knob part, and then moved up to that first deadbolt, right?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he tried locking both of them, yes, sir. Unlocking both of them.
And I think with the pictures of that door, that's going to be, Judge, it's going to take me a moment to look through and find it. Chris, do you happen to know what exhibit numbers they are? Of the CSI taking pictures of the door. Yes. Actually, 95. Thank you. Judge, may I press the witness? Yes. So just showing you states 95, just to refresh you, because
yes, sir.
There's a lot of pictures. That knob, the door knob, you can see does not have a lock on it.
Yes, sir. Does not.
Okay. So like some doorknobs have a little thing that you can click, and then the knob won't move.
Correct.
Okay. But in this particular setup, she has two deadbolts, one only able to be opened from the inside. And Officer Villalobos was able to unlock the one that could potentially be opened by a key from the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if there's not a lock on that knob, when he turns that knob, you would expect that it turned.
Correct.
Right? So what we see here at 02:02:05, what we see here is that Officer Villalobos clearly is acting on his belief that the door is unlocked. Right?
Yes, sir.
Because you see him trying the door to see if it's unlocked. Now, can we go forward a little bit? Okay, and we can keep going. So now, and you saw how quickly Bug was able to draw that firearm in real speed. Like that draw happened, like, what we kind of saw, it happened within like half a second, right?
Yes, sir.
Officers are trained to draw like that, to draw fast from a holster.
Yes, sir.
So at this point now, she's coming with the hammer. Can we go forward a little bit then? Okay, and so he shot. Now, at the time that the first shots happened, Officer Villalobos has come off the door because he's trying to figure out what's going on and backing up. And you see Sergeant Flores over there in that corner, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, can we go forward a little bit? Okay. So as we watch, you can keep going there, thank you. Because it's in slow-mo, so you can kind of see that, okay, so Officer Villalobos, his hand's not on the door now, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can go for it then. Now he's trying it again, right?
Yes.
Stop. Okay. So he's still acting and behaving as if he believes that the door is unlocked. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Right, because an officer who believes that door is locked, he's got to come in with his foot, right?
Correct.
If he's trying to get in. But he's still acting and behaving after these first shots as if he believes the door is unlocked. Can you go forward then? Now, Is that Maria Salinas that's drawn her firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she's drawn her weapon. Can we go forward a little bit, please? Okay, now, Officer Villalobos, after trying the handle again, which is going to be turning in his hand because there's not a lock on that handle, right?
Correct.
Okay, now he's kind of moving to where that wall is. You can see it there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you go forward a little bit? Oh. Okay. And you also know that Travis Thompson, you can see him there. He's also, well, I don't know, I guess that's Buck, but Travis Thompson over on the side has also drawn, and you know that, has drawn on Melissa Perez, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you see that Sergeant Flores has placed himself, and you know, one of the things that you said was that one of the things you said was, Jeff Mays, the well?
Yes.
So when Mr. Nisbet was going through it, and he was talking about how you can see Flores, that, you know, he's kind of getting behind Villalobos, and he's kind of pushing him over to where that wall is, right?
He's kind of pushing him away. Yes, sir.
Right. And you said, well, I'm assuming it's so he can get line of sight.
Yes, sir. That's what I said.
He wants
yes,
to
sir.
see what the deal is.
Right.
Now, what he could do is he could he could let Officer Villalobos take the line of sight, and he could get behind the wall, right?
Correct.
But Sergeant Flores was willing, as his sergeant, as Officer Villalobos' sergeant, he's willing to put him behind the wall so that Flores can be in the line of sight, which the line of sight also means the line of attack from the hammer potentially. You agree with that?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Sergeant Flores made that decision in that split second to get Villalobos over here to a bit safer spot, and for him to be the one that is focused on either meeting that attack if it's going to come his way by Melissa Perez. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
That's what you expect a sergeant to do, is to take the lead and to protect his officers. You would agree with that?
That's what you'd want a sergeant to do, yes, sir.
Yes. That's what a good sergeant does. You agree with that?
That's what a good sergeant does.
Yes.
But can I say something? Then why would you force the issue on someone you know is coming with that hammer? To me, it just seems like you're not only you're putting Melissa in danger, but you're also putting the officers in danger.
Well,
it was something that they should have considered.
Yeah, I understand you think that, but here's one thing. You know, because I think as you saw, that when you don't answer the questions the way I'm asking them, it can get you hurt. You know that. It gets you in trouble as far as on the stand. You realize that. But I will answer your question. The officers who are on that scene, regardless of how they feel personally, they have a duty to make an arrest in a situation where somebody has committed a felony and presents a danger. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Sergeant Flores, as any other sergeant, and really as the two sergeants that were out there, had a duty to make the arrest regardless of whether or not it puts him or other officers in personal danger, right?
We can't consider all factors?
Well, I'm not asking that. But you would agree that they have a duty to make an arrest in those circumstances regardless of whether or not it presents a danger to them, right?
I think the danger is something that has to be considered, sir. I guess I'm just confused what you're asking.
Okay, so here, let me ask you this. If every time there was a danger that was presented, sergeants go, you know what, my guys are going to be in danger. Let's not make the arrest. Let's not do what we can to safely make the arrest. If every time they did that for the potential of danger, then, well, I mean, the society that we live in would be pretty nuts. You agree with that?
I understand that, sir, but the way you're explaining it, just making it like a simple decision, I think that should have been something that was considered before they tried to make that arrest. That's all.
I agree with you. I agree that it should be considered, and it was considered. We have seen it over and over that they considered it. And one of the things that the state was pointing out to you on freeze frame is that when Officer Villalobos is going over, they can see both her hands over the TV and they're empty, right?
Correct.
Once they see the empty hands, that's when it's go, go, go. Because we talked about it yesterday, talked about it for weeks, it is better to go against an unarmed suspect than it is to go against an armed one. You would agree?
Of course it is, sir.
Safer for everybody involved.
Of course.
Safer for the suspect, right?
Of course.
Safer for the officers.
Of course.
Officer Villalobos believes the door is unlocked, right?
Yes, sir.
Officer Villalobos believes that he can get to her before she gets the hammer.
He believes that, yes, sir.
He believes that.
Yes.
And you can say, in your office, as Mr. Cervantes pointed out, in the safety of your office, in your armchair, you can say, well, I don't think he could have. But at the time, because he's looking at time, he's looking at distance, and he's doing it in person, right in front of him. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Half the time on these body cams, you are not even able to see what Melissa Perez is doing in there, right?
There's stuff that's missed, yes, sir.
Right. But they can see it because they're standing there watching her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Sergeant Flores, who has a capable, good officer, who says, look, I think I can get in there and do it and get her down safely while she is unarmed. That is something that he can consider as part of a safety plan to try to make sure that he does his duty by making sure that they arrest this person and also does it safely, right?
Definitely can consider that, yes, sir.
Right, sure. So, at this situation, when this is going on, Ben, can you go forward a little bit? We've passed the first shooting. A little bit further. I guess it's just slow. It's okay.
I'm going to switch views to camera.
Well, let's see. Let's go through and see how far it is with that, because I think he clears it out. Okay. So what we've missed, we need to go to Villalobos' camera too. So at that point, though, that we stopped on that body cam, you can see that that's at some point Villalobos eventually is kicking the door.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that it is at the point that he's kicking the door and not still trying the door handle that he realizes that it's locked.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. And so, any time before that, and that point that he is kicking the door, that is a point after he and the other officers have shot and after it has been called out that she's down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's look at this from his vantage point. Now, there he's talking to her. Do you agree that he's being polite?
Yes, sir.
He's trying to convince her to come out.
Yes, sir.
He's saying, please, just come out so we don't have to use force. Right?
Correct.
That's what a reasonable officer should do.
Yes, sir.
Talk to them. Try to convince them to do it some other way other than the way that eventually happened. But it was her, you can pause it there, better. But it was her refusal to come out that caused them to go in. You would agree with that?
I would agree, yes, sir.
Okay. So it was her choice not to come out that caused them to go in, right?
She's not coming out. Yes, sir. They made
Right.
a decision to go in there. Yes,
And
sir.
they have to do their duty to make the arrest. They can't just, I guess, well, it's not going to come out, so we're gonna, it's a dereliction of our duty, and just let her do whatever she wants to do. It's not how that works.
That's not how it works, sir. No.
Okay, can we play it again? I guess a little slower. Maybe at that half. So this is when they tell him to go, because they can see both her hands over that TV, and and now she's leaving the TV to go and get that hammer. Now, this is when he's trying the door. And obviously this is when he gets moved over, and he gets behind the wall. You can keep going. He's trying the door again. You see Sergeant Flores firing, and you see Officer Villalobos firing through the wall.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Now, could you go a little bit further on it, Ben? Sorry. Okay. So, as we move forward, so he kicked it. Now he's still trying to figure out what's going on. It's at this point that he figures, see, he was trying that other lock because he said, well, I thought I locked it. And then he goes higher, and then he unlocks the top lock, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, you can see that that top lock that he did not realize was locked, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, then, that's good. Thank you. Okay, so, when you talked about in your impression that they had a locked door between them, you agreed based on our review of this video that Officer Villalobos, until he kicked that door after she was shot, you'd agree that he believed that the door was unlocked.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so now, well, and every other officer, because they had listened to what he had said to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're talking about a reasonable belief, even though they may have had what factually was a locked door between them, they reasonably believed they had an unlocked door between them. You would agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. So now we have the wall. Can we switch it over to the please? I want to show you the sequence that Mr. Nisbet went through with Officer Salinas. I don't remember what the picture used in the presentation of the wall. What was it? State 70? Yeah. Thank you.
No, 88.
88, thank you. Okay. So Mr. Nisbet went through this with Officer Salinas. This is kind of a sequence. So this will start with defendants 47. So this is when, you recognize this because we watched on the body cam, this is when Officer Salinas first attempts to take the screen off and to go in, ostensibly to do what Officer Villalobos was doing and almost successfully did, which is unlock the door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then 48, we just kind of walk through like where Salinas was. Now in 49, you see that she's swinging that hammer at the spot where Officer Salinas was.
Yes.
Right? So Officer Salinas looking in, just like you see Officer Villalobos, when he looks in and looks over, if he's looking over at that door, obviously, and I'll face the jury with that one, if he's looking over at that door and an attack's coming from here and he's looking here, he won't be able to see it, right?
Yes, quite possibly, yes, sir.
But one of the things that was going on out there, I mean, it may have looked like, oh, they're just chatting with her, but they're talking to her and that has a purpose, right? To keep her distracted. You would agree with that?
They're trying to talk to her, trying to get her to come out. Yes.
Get her to come out? But, Alejandro's also told by Sergeant Flores, like, keep talking to her because they're trying to figure out a plan. Either Chernak's going through the back and getting in a fight with her in the hallway, or, they're going to try to come through this, eventually what they believed was an unlocked door. But additionally, the way the officers are all set up in that window and around is even when it was just the three, this would be our second scenario or our second incident here. Even then, even Rojas, in that scenario, was standing there so that when Salinas reached in and was trying to do what he was trying to do, he wanted to make sure he kept eyes on her.
Yes.
Right? And that's a smart thing to do because if you know that your officer is going to be in a vulnerable position, you want to be the second set of eyes for that officer, right?
Correct, sir.
It's called watching your six.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what that means is my six right now is back here, behind me.
Yes,
And if I can't see, I need my partner here to tell me that, hey, somebody from back here is coming at you with a weapon or could harm you or hurt you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the reason Salinas is able to get out from that window is because Rojas is yelling, watch out, which alerts him that she's coming, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had he not had it Rojas and was trying to do this by himself, and he's looking over here to get the door unlocked, she'd come through there and, you know.
Quite possible, yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah. Quite possibly kill him.
Could hurt him seriously.
Or seriously injure him. So, as we go through and we see the defendant's 50 has, well, you can't really see that really. Okay, you see that hammer coming out there?
Yeah, I can see it, sir.
Okay, that's coming out that window. No obstruction. Now, I want to talk about this wall. Mr. Nisbet pointed it out. That looks like 51. So now you see after that hammer in 52, defendant's 52, she's kind of standing in there after, now Salinas is backed up and he does have her at gunpoint and communicates that over the radio, and that's when the eardrum goes out. Now I want you to look at that picture here in 53. Can you see her? Can you see where she is?
This is behind the wall using it as cover, sir.
Yes. She is behind the wall and she's using it as cover. Now, when we look at here, now Officer Villalobos wasn't there for that, you would agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. However, you agree that this is states 83. I'm sorry, 88. Thank you, Tom. So, and Tom, in part of his presentation, presented this, but you know from what we saw with Officer Salinas that she had used both the television as cover and that wall as cover, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Officer Villalobos, when the shots are fired, and when Sergeant Flores is firing, and Officer Alejandro is firing, and Officer Villalobos is at that wall, that's where he's positioned. You agree that he has stuck his head through that window and he knows that there's nothing else other than what he will see moving to that wall, right?
Yes. He has a memory of what he saw there, yes, sir.
You're right. And everybody else is watching it, so they know nobody else has come or done anything like that, right? I mean, they haven't come and parked themselves behind that wall.
Correct, sir.
So, her having demonstrated that she will use that wall as cover, you agree that there is no way for Officer Villalobos to know, with all this firing going on, there's no way for him to know if she was hit with any of these rounds.
Correct. He doesn't know. True.
You can't know.
Know.
You don't know until you know.
Correct.
He had just seen Officer Alejandro fire 5 rounds and miss her, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about what that wall is. If she's using that wall as cover, I'm going to demonstrate this. I'll demonstrate it with this. This is the wall. If I am standing here, inside, this is the wall. What I have here to my right is a window, basically a door full of glass window panes. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I have here to my left is an open window and Bug's head sticking up over the railing right in front of that window.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you would agree that if I have, where's the hammer? You would agree. If I'm standing here and I have not been hit with any of these rounds from Sergeant Flores or Officer Alejandro or Officer Villalobos. Well, Villalobos hadn't fired yet, but Alejandro and Sergeant Flores. You agree if I'm standing here, I do have the option of coming around here to the glass door where Sergeant Flores is, or have the option of coming around here to the open window where Officer Alejandro is. You would agree?
I would agree, sir.
So if I'm sitting here planning an attack and Villalobos fires through that wall, what we see on Exhibit 88, where those rounds are, where they are placed on somebody If she had not been hit, and we didn't know, nobody knew that she'd been hit at that point. If she had not been hit, those rounds are placed center mass on the woman standing at a wall like that, waiting to plan another attack. You'd agree with that?
It makes sense, sir, yes.
Right, because you look at her, I mean, it's going to be like right here at the top of her back, based on her height, based on everything else, be at the top of her back. And he placed those pretty tight in the wall at the last place that he saw her go, right?
Yes, sir.
So, if you have seen a person coming from a place that you have a visual on her, and then she's behind the wall, waiting to come around here or waiting to come around here, because she has used this wall as cover to help her in her attacks and to help her retreat from officer attacks, right?
Correct.
So if you have that, and Officer Villalobos knows that, he has a duty to shoot through that wall if he believes and has a reasonable belief that she could come around here and get him, or she could come around there and get him.
If he believes there's a threat, yes, sir.
Right. Now, wall don't matter, because if that's the last place he saw her, then that's the place he has to stop the threat. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the reason he has not been indicted for murder, even though you have him arrested for it, is because we do know that she was not standing there and she did not have a hammer, that she had been shot, and that she was leaned up against the wall at a lower place. Right?
Correct.
So we know that those 3 rounds that we see in the wall would have gone over her head because she had already been shot.
Yes, sir.
And missed her. Right?
Yes, sir.
As I talked about before, despite the fact that Officer Villalobos did not cause her death, you walked a warrant for murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, when you were doing that warrant, did you have anybody from the DA's office helping you do that warrant?
No, sir. I did not.
Did you consult with anybody from the DA's office at any time during this incident?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know if Sergeant or Captain Van Geffen consulted with the DA's office at the time on the morning of the incident?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So you have no knowledge whatsoever. So you wrote this warrant by yourself. Is that right?
With the assistance of Detective Wars at the time.
Detective, now Sergeant Warren.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree with me that even though, and I will give you this, she could not have put a hammer through that wall. That would be like this wall, be like this solid door. She definitely could put a hammer through the window, we know that. And she definitely could put a hammer into the glass panes, either causing glass to shatter or to get her arm out of that window or to throw the hammer through it. She could do those things on the door that they believed was unlocked, and she could get it out there. But the wall, with the way she was using the wall, was covered. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
For her.
Yes, sir.
And so that was a tool that she had used to get away from Officer Salinas when Officer Salinas was pointing a gun at her, right?
Yes, sir. You can see that on the body cams.
Right. And so now, her standing there, if she were, it's also a place from which she can launch an attack. You agree with that?
That's possible, sir. Yes, sir.
So, of the 3 things, the only thing that she has that she couldn't have put a hammer through was being used by her as a tool to either cover herself or through which a reasonable person could believe, if she were still not hit, she was using it to potentially launch an attack, right?
Yes, sir. Quite possibly, yes, sir.
So, additionally, we saw with that locked door from that wall. Let's go back to the wall. And go back to the monster too. Because one of the things we saw with Officer Villalobos is he had to reach across that wall. I mean, they were saying at the scene, they were like, how did you even get that unlocked? You got, long arms, right?
He's tall, yes, sir.
He's tall, he's got long arms. He did have to put a good portion of his body inside, though, to do that, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And we talked about yesterday that if Officer Salinas and Officer Gomez were correct, He was risking his life to go around there and do that. Because,
it was risky, yes, sir.
right, because if she hits him in the head with a hammer, you know, his baby doesn't have a dad, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, so, if she's standing here, her arms are not as long as Officer Villalobos, as you would agree.
Yes, sir.
But she's got much shorter distance to cover to unlock the door while still behind cover, right?
Correct.
So she can stand at that wall and click the other lock that she knows is locked, right?
It's quite possible.
Right.
Sir.
So at that point, she's got it unlocked. She's got the hammer. Sergeant Flores is standing right outside that door. We see how fast she can move. She's unlocked it. Just like Officer Villalobos, action beats reaction. What he was expecting and hoping is that his action by getting in the door and getting there is going to beat her reaction by trying to figure out that he's doing that before she can get to the hammer. You would agree with that?
That was part of the plan, yes, sir.
Right. So, she's got this thing unlocked. Come around, and she can go right through that door and out and into his head. She could.
I mean, it didn't happen that way, but we just don't know.
It didn't because she wasn't standing here, because she did get shot before she could hurt anybody, right?
Yes.
Okay. But somebody in that position, and the only one I'm trying to make, has easy access to that lock and has easy access to that door and could go right out that door.
You can assume that, yes, sir.
Okay. So the things that you mentioned and the things that you looked at about why you believe that it was not reasonable for them to believe that they were in danger, we basically are left with a wall. Because you acknowledge that it's not fair for you to use your knowledge that the door was locked against them if they reasonably believed it was unlocked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. And so, going back and, Mr. Nisbet talked to you about apparent danger. And for instance, your gun, I know for a fact that you're wearing a gun right now, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And it is loaded in the same manner as these officers' gun was loaded, which means you have a round in every part of the magazine is full, and you have a round in your chamber right now.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. That's because that's my policy, and it's part of your uniform. Even here testifying, you as a police officer are required to have that gun and to wear it in case that you need to defend and protect yourself.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you're required to have it in that way.
Yes, the way you described it, yes, sir.
Right. So, I know that. And I know that you wouldn't come here or anywhere with an unloaded gun as a police officer. But if you had drawn the gun on you and it happened to be unloaded, yeah, I mean, but you draw it, it happens to be unloaded, or anyone draws a gun, happens to be unloaded, but I believe it's loaded, and I shoot. The factual basis of the fact that it was unloaded would not be held as a circumstance against me, because I could reasonably believe that it was loaded. You agree with that?
I agree.
So even somebody drawing an unloaded gun and pointing it, the factual basis for that, well, the fact is that they aren't shooting me with that gun.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Right. But I would have every reason to believe that the person drawing that unloaded firearm on me was going to shoot me with that gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So now, imagine if, as one of the bases for why you said that they didn't reasonably believe that they were in danger, let's trade the hammer for the gun. And imagine that one of the bases was she was not a threat because the gun was unloaded. Right? You agree that that would not be a fair way to analyze their actions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that changing the facts and scenario is not relevant.
I'm giving him a hypothetical it goes exactly on point to why saying that the door was locked and that is a reason and the basis for his opinion and why he got the warrant. And I can explain to the court. If you put in there that factually the gun was unloaded, so therefore they weren't in any danger, that is not a fair way to assess that, because it is reasonable for them to believe that they are in danger. That's the only point I'm trying to make with this.
All right, you can ask that question.
All right. So factual. If we just change the fact a little bit, and she was pointing an unloaded gun at them, if you put in their arrest warrant for murder, that one of your considerations for why it wasn't reasonable is that the gun was unloaded and therefore not a threat, that would not be a fair way to assess their behavior. You agree with that?
Of course not, sir.
Right. But here, you put the door was locked, even though they reasonably believed that it was unlocked. Right?
I put the doors locked because it was locked, that's why.
It was locked.
Yes.
But that's just like saying I put the gun was unloaded because it was unloaded. Right?
I just put it in there because it was locked, that's all.
It was locked.
Yes, sir.
But don't you believe that they deserve a fair consideration of you at least acknowledging to the magistrate that they believed that the door was unlocked?
I mean, they believed it, yes, sir.
And you know that they believed it based on their actions, right? Because I'm going through it, I don't see anywhere in here where you said that the officers had a reasonable belief that the door was unlocked when they fired on it.
I didn't put that in there, no, sir.
You didn't.
No, sir.
And so when we were talking about exculpatory evidence means evidence that would tend to prove and show that these officers were reasonable in this situation, right?
Yes, sir.
That would be evidence that would tend to prove and show that they were reasonable, because at least they think that the door's unlocked and she can come through it relatively quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't put that in there. Is it because you didn't review the body cams enough to know that they all believed that the door was unlocked?
I just didn't put it in there, sir.
But my question really is, did you review the body cams enough to know that they reasonably believed that the door was unlocked?
I reviewed what I thought I needed to look at, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. And are you willing to now say that maybe you could have reviewed a little bit more before walking the warrant within, basically, or deciding to get a warrant within 12 hours of the incident?
I mean, I believed I had probable cause, sir.
I know, but if this thing were to repeat itself, because I kind of want to know, just while you're sitting here on the stand, if this thing were to repeat itself, do you think that you might actually give consideration to officers and actually do an investigation before you arrested them and had them arrested for murder? Do you think you might do that if this situation were to happen tomorrow and you were the officer assigned?
Objection called speculation, argumentative.
I think they deserve an answer to that question.
All right, you can rephrase it and you can break it down.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you think that if tomorrow officers are involved in a shooting, that you might try to look at the evidence before you walk the warrant on them for murder? You might want to take more than 12 hours and review some of these things before you had them arrested and put on the news all over the country and their mugshots for murder. Do you think you might do that in the future, knowing what you have experienced here today?
There are things I could do differently, yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass.
Questions, Your Honor?
And you said no questions, right? No questions, Judge, thank you.
All right. You don't mind gathering whatever's up there, put it up on the web to the court reporter. Your excuse.
We probably need to approach, if they're going to do another witness, we have a hearing that we need to conduct.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a matter outside your presence. Because it's 5:13, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all go. Come back tomorrow, 9:15. I know that there was an occasion where at least one of you needed to leave a little bit earlier. We'll go from 9:15 till about 4 tomorrow.
In addition, there's another matter besides the hearing that we want to take up outside the presence of the jury, and I'm just wondering, given that additional matter, whether you might want to consider that.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
All right. I'll instruct the jury to be here at 9:15, and then we'll get you on as quick as we're ready. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, for the jury?
Please be seated.
I just wasn't sure, Judge, if they were gonna call Mr. Joyner, and I'd asked Mr. Noonan about that, he wasn't sure, so if they are, I just wanted to make sure that we had this 7:05 hearing outside the jury's presence, that's all, Judge. Not calling in front of the jury, then excuse them, and then, make a big old commotion in front of them.
In addition, if Mr. Joyner is the last witness, or if the court doesn't permit him to testify, then we need to make a motion for obstructed verdict.
And then, Your Honor, we had that motion in limine that we had that also asked that any expert they're going to call has to be a trial hearing in front of the court to determine whether or not they can testify to certain things. I filed that today. I think you have a copy with it. I gave you some cases for it. But it's motion on me regarding expert testimony that establishes that the defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense is inadmissible, subject to expert testimony. There may be other things an expert can testify to, but they can't testify to the subject of any of the defendant's reasonable belief or their intent or condition of mind. And so we'd just like that any experts they're going to call, that we have a chance to hear their testimony first outside the presence of the jury to see if it establishes their qualifications, reliability, and relevance.
But they're entitled to 7:05 also, Judge, right?
In the same way that we would. Yeah. So it's just in the same way.
And one additional issue, Your Honor, if Mr. Joyner is going to testify, I want to get into the record evidence of Mr. Noonan in a pretrial hearing telling this court that they weren't going to use Mr. Joyner because his opinion was wrong. That is clearly an admission of a party opponent, and I want that on the record. I think the jury's entitled to hear that. Once again, he's speaking on both sides of his mouth.
If you want to introduce Mr. Joyner's report, we agree.
I said if you put him on.
No, I said if you want to, you can want to offer it.
I said if you want to put him on?
Go ahead. We can do it either way.
I said if you're going to put him on. You going to put him on?
We may put him on if you like.
Well, then I'll do it if you put him on.
Okay, you'll put a statement in?
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is...
I said, we'll put your opinion that he's wrong. We'll put that in. How about that?
Well, call me as a witness. I'll call you as a witness.
Why would I call him if he's wrong?
You don't want me to as a witness, David. You don't want me as a witness.
Anyway, Your Honor, it's the state's position right now that we're prepared to rest, okay? And then we'd like to have these hearings outside the presence of the jury. If they intend to call an expert tomorrow, that we at least do that before the jury comes in the room. And then review the cases and the motion we have so that we know whether or not the parameters of the witness's testimony.
So is the state resting or not?
Yeah, we are prepared to rest. In front of the jury tomorrow.
Judge, could we have a little bit of time so we could present our motion for directed verdict tomorrow morning?
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll bring the jury in, and then if the state rests at that point, then the state will rest, and I'll let the jury out, and then we'll go ahead and go for that.
Thank you, Judge.
So is that it then? That's it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:15.
9:15.